Hello, Miss Cat. Are you Yeti? Are you feeling better? I hope so. I got some sleep. I kind of look human, so that's why I'll show the mug for a little bit. Try not to scare you children too much. Yesterday was a train wreck. I mean, it was awesome. What did we hit? Over 10 hours, Cat? I don't know if we're going for 11. I slept until probably about 5 o'clock in the evening. Yay, 99%. We love our Yeti at better percentages. Botrix has successfully joined the channel. Huh. I forget Botrix is there. Sometimes Pink or Angel, when they would come in, they would time out Botrix. Gonna start with that again. Oh my goodness, Yeti. But yeah, I lost like a half a day. It was ridiculous. I technically I got up the first time. I think it was like 4:30ish. Because before I went to sleep, I had to call about the medicine that the orthopedic was supposed to send to my pharmacy. That was a whole shit show. And when I woke up at 4:30, I think I saw a text message or something. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to deal with this. I still kind of felt groggy from the medicine. I took a muscle relaxer, and yeah, I went back to sleep for another hour. I was like, I get up and my day is pretty much spent. I have 3.5 more hours of daylight, and it's like, So I was like, okay, let me make some toast. I grabbed my bread, and it wasn't good anymore. So I was like, ugh. So I'm like, if I'm going to the store, I may as well take inventory on things that I need to get. So I had to get some milk, and I got a couple of other things. I'm not going to even say anything after that comment, are you? That's what he said. Legit. Yeah, I think my body was in shutdown mode at a certain point, Kat. The past 3 days, altogether maybe 6 hours. So I don't know how my friend felt yesterday when they went to go and take me to the doctor, because I know I wasn't acting like myself because I was just so worn out. I could barely speak. And I know, funny, I'm always talking, so me not being able to speak, that's a big thing. But I wasn't at my normal volume, I guess, so to speak, is a better way to say it. I was kind of like talking really soft, and I was just worn out. So I finally got my medication that the doctor was supposed to send yesterday. He gave me some tramadol and some gabapentin. So we'll see how that works. You know, a little bit of in and out. But at least today was commemorated with nachos. There's this great Mexican place that is right across the street from the grocery store that I had to go to. And I have missed this place. There's a couple of places around here, but this place is good, one of them. And where I was staying at prior, there was one Mexican restaurant there in town, right? And I was like, okay, do Spanish people own it? Because it was a predominantly white area. Oh Lord, here's Pink. And I go in there and I see that Spanish people do own it, but it was ridiculous. It was way overpriced. So their steak nachos, and not even a fraction of what I got today, is like $15. And they must throw it in the oven because when I ordered it from there, I had burnt tortilla chips. Yeah. So then I'm like, okay, maybe this is just an off thing. Let me try something else. And at the next time I went for tacos. The taco joint I go to here, cheese is included. Unless you want extra cheese, then maybe they'll charge you like 50 cents, dollar, whatever. That place charged you for cheese. It's like, how are you going to give me a taco without cheese? We're still in America, right? So, third time, I'm like, okay. I'm annoyed about the tacos. I'm annoyed by the nachos. Let me try carne asada. I get it. No bueno. No bueno. Not to mention they didn't have flautas. So I'm happy to be back home and get stuff that I'm used to. And unfortunately, my tattoo place, which is right there by the taco joint and the grocery store, they were already closed because I was going to go in there and check and see if my barbells were ready. But yeah, it just, when my friend would come up to visit me, I'm like, dude, you got to do me a solid. You got to bring me tacos from home, or nachos, or a burrito, or flautas, something, please. And then I started using Uber Eats a little bit more. And there's a place in Chicago called Los Camales. And fire-ass tacos. They've been around for a while. And I found on Uber Eats, like about 40 minutes away from where I was living at that time, in a town, I think it was like Round Lake, that the place was in. So I was like, yay, tacos again. I don't always have to bother my friend and wait like once in a while. And then all of a sudden, I don't know if the place closed, but like about, I want to say it's been like 6 months now. Wow, I've been here 2 months, so let's say, yeah, 6 months is probably a fair estimate. I went to go and order from there, and they were no longer on Uber Eats. And I'm like, no, how am I going to get Mexican until I go home? So, again, it's good to be home. But $15 nachos with burnt tortilla chips. Today I spent, I think it was like maybe 11 with tax. And there's steak tacos. So, went to the grocery store, got a couple of things. I was trying to behave myself when I was going past the bakery, but I wish I could tell you I won that fight. I did not. Next thing I know, I turned around to go look at fruit, and a whole raspberry cheese coffee cake jumped into my cart. I don't know how it happened. So I said, okay, lonely raspberry cheese coffee cake, I will bring you home and I will eat you. Oh my God. I like that you think that I could do that. If I had a hard enough time slipping on a scooter, if I got my leg behind my head at this point, Pank, I'd be in fucking traction. The only way that's happening is if I have audience participation. Me on my own cannot do it. Yeah, so I'm still floored at the place charging for cheese on tacos. I'm like, what? And I felt bad because sometimes either a customer was coming in or a employee was coming in to relieve me for my shift, and I would be looking for something on Uber Eats with the place that I like. And all the people were like, why don't you just order from right here? Because it was legitimately, all I had to do was cross the street and it was right there. It was very convenient in how close it was. But other than that, no. And then they didn't even offer flan. How are you not going to offer flan as a Mexican restaurant? It's like a huge dessert. I can understand fried ice cream, but you got to have flan. Yeah, it's just a grocery store zone. It's not like anything special. Like we have a bakery in Chicago called Hyman's. Hyman's? Yeah, I think it's Hyman's. And they used to have decent size. They had this one that was chocolate caramel turtle. It was drizzled with chocolate, it was drizzled with caramel, and then they threw pecans on top of it. It was flipping awesome. And then it had like whatever is in the middle of Boston cream. I think that's like a vanilla custard or something. It had that in it. It was so yummy. And paying $6-7 for that thing, I totally would do that. But now it went from being like something like this to something like this, and they're still charging you the same price. It's like, it's total shrinkage. It's like, how are you going to jip me out of phenomenal coffee cake like that? So I was trying to get alternative things to drink other than soda and coffee, and I need to start throwing water into the situation. So I had points, but my friend who helps me out a lot, if I don't need something using my points and it tells me you have to spend so much of your points before they disappear at the end of the month, I'll usually buy him like a case of water. He could always use it. So that's what I ended up doing for him, because I mean, I've got a faucet here. I could drink the water here. He has well, so that's why he gets bottled water. And I did get some good water, because I know everything that I've been through with being sick, now with the injury, that I got to start hydrating myself a little bit better. And I really like this coconut water stuff. I forget what it's called. I can pull it out of the fridge and show you. But they're usually like $4 for a little carton, like about yay big. And they have a mango one, they have a strawberry one, they have a lemonade one, and then they just have a straight coconut. And I like the mango and the lemonade one. So they were on sale today, 2 for $4, so I grabbed a couple of those. And I had to get some more glorious cheese because, you know, being Italian and being a fat ass, I always got to make sure cheese is in the house. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to rub that in, Cat. But I could survive on cheese alone. I was kind of hoping that one of the 3 choices that I usually have, I have the store brand, I have Sargento, and then I have the California brand Tillamook. But nothing was really on sale, so I just got cheese. I was like, fuck it, I'm just getting cheese. Because I got some lunch meat too, so. And then by the time I was done doing all that, my friend, if you guys remember, I said my friend was doing my laundry for me. And I hadn't heard from them all day, and I just figured they were busy, and I'm not going to press them. The fact that they're doing snark and sass, the fact that they're doing my laundry, deeply love them. I may not get it back folded, but I get it back and it's clean. So I'm in the grocery store and I'm shopping, and all of a sudden he calls me and he's like, I'm by your place. And I'm like, I am not. And he was like, what do you mean? And I'm like, I'm at the store. And he's like, what? The grocery store over off of Maple. And I'm like, yeah, I had to come and get my medication and I had to get a few things. So he's like, okay, I'll come and pick you up. So not only did he come pick me up, he came and picked me up with a beautiful, cute surprise. I always love Puppo surprises. So I was joking around with him on the car ride home, and I'm like, I hope you know you're not taking her home because I'm taking her inside. But I didn't. I totally would, though. Oh, you dropped your bolly. Go get it. How are you tonight, Snark and Sass? I don't know what's been going on. I know that you've been here before. And I don't know why you're not blue. So now you're blue. Drinking out of the wonderful Star Wars cup. If you guys go back, I don't remember if it's a video or an upload. I think it was last summer. Yeah, I think it was like last summer. There's a coffee company called Bones, and they came out with 3 Star Wars flavors of coffee. One was Darth Vader, that was a dark chocolate. They had a Luke Skywalker one that was tiramisu. And then the third one was from Chewbacca, and that was Wookiee Cookie. It was $20 for that bag, but you got like, it was the equivalent of me buying 2 bags normally anyway. So, with my first maiden voyage with the Luke Skywalker, I had to have it in the appropriate cup. And at that point in time, I did not have my Mandalorian cup, because that would have been acceptable too. So, I went and I bought this Star Wars cup just to have my first cup of Star Wars coffee in a Star Wars cup. Oh, do tell pick. D-Johns! Hey yourself. I'm feeling a little bit better than what I've been feeling for the past couple of weeks between cold and injury. Since you weren't here yesterday, the update on my leg. No surgery, no cast for right now. It's still painful. But they had me take off the brace. I have to wear a compression sock because of how swollen my ankle and leg are. So they just want to make sure everything's okay with my heart condition, that I don't develop a blood clot somewhere down the leg. So, in 2 weeks I go back. He gave me a couple of new medications. Because the hospital gave me muscle relaxers and hydrocodone, and they told me when they gave that to me, they didn't give me very many. They said that my doctor would be my pain medication person, that they were only giving me enough to get me through to the doctor's appointment. And I don't even think I have I don't have a refill. So when I went to go and see him, he's like, so pain-wise, how's it going? What are you doing, for medication? So I told him, and I told him I had enough muscle relaxers, but I needed pain med. And I'm like, I really don't feel comfortable taking the hydrocodone. I was like, is there something else? So that's when he gave me the tramadol, and then he gave me gabapentin. And it's kind of weird because, like, the tramadol, do I have them over here? No. The tramadol tells me to take it for pain when I need it. And the gabapentin, it's telling me to take 3 times a day. I don't know why. And when I looked up gabapentin, because I've never taken that before, it says that it treats all kinds of stuff, seizures, and so I don't know why they have me taking it 3 times, but that's what I got to do. I just want to get better because I have Riot Fest coming up in September, D. Johns. We're about to go into August, so it's not far away. The middle of September will be here before I know it. I didn't even get that many D. Johns. They gave me 12. That's it. I think they gave me, yeah, let me see. I think they gave me more. Oh, I got 3 more of the muscle relaxers. So, 12 hydrocodone and 15 muscle relaxers. Oh my God, on a bowl of weed. Only you, Pink. See, comments like that is why I'm very distrustful smoking joints with people. Really? Okay, now that has me a little worried, D. Johns. I mean, they know my heart history because I had to give them, you know, the medications that I take because I'm taking blood thinners. I'm taking high blood pressure pills for the heart. I don't have to take the anti-rejection medication for some time. But, and not to mention, so this is how fucked up shit is. Now, I know that I run a high risk with smoking, with bronchitis and other problems down the line, COPD. And I am at the point where I never had asthma, but the COPD is starting to kick in. So this, I have to take 2 times a day. Once in the morning, once in the evening. And this is my emergency inhaler. So if I have like a coughing fit or I can't catch my breath, this is what I use. So with that said, I have to take this medication when I'm having issues. I have to take, regardless, I may not have to take this all the time through the course of a day. I may not have to touch it for 3-4 days. This, I have to take every day. Raises my blood pressure. No, I know. I do not like opiates. So that's why I'm trying to take them sparingly. Yeah, see, I've never taken gabapentin. Yeah, I've never taken it, so that's why I looked it up, Kat. And yeah, it does. It's for all different kinds of alignments. But the fact that they have me taking it 3 times a day makes me worried. Because the tramadol is only, once I run out of my hydrocodone, and I've only got 4 pills left of that, that's when I'm supposed to start taking the tramadol if I have pain after. So now I'm kind of wondering, D. Johns, if I just fucking start taking Tylenol and just be... Yeah. Because I remember a while back ago, a doctor telling me that opiates like hydrocodone have no medical benefit factors. That all it's doing is masking the pain you're in. That's what, after what D. John said to me, yeah, I'm kind of fucking thinking about that, Pink. Because, yeah, I don't want a stroke. No, thank you. The heart attack was scary enough. Your mom took gabapentin 3 times a day? Yeah, what kind of just worries me in general is the fact that it's for people who have seizures. I don't have seizures. I don't want to start inducing a seizure. I've had one once in my life, and I still don't know what caused it, and it never happened before, it never happened after. It was after I had my second kid. They gave me some really fucked up shit after I had them. And I think it was like... I would say it was like 3 or 4 days after I had him. I was at home, and next thing I know, I wake up and my older one is going, "Mommy, Mommy, are you okay? What's going on? Mommy, Mommy." He was freaked out because I hit the floor, and I guess I started having a seizure. So because it had already happened, they couldn't figure out, what happened with it. So they told me the next time that it happens to have somebody call the ambulance. So thank God it didn't happen again. But I remember before, when my ex was trying to get me to quit, and there was some like medication that you could take to, I don't even remember what the name of it was. It was so long ago. I think it was like in 99, maybe 2000. I remember looking up or reading about the medication and stuff, and it was like an antidepressant, and I think it had something to do with seizures too. And I'm like, why are they giving me an antidepressant when I'm trying to stop smoking cigarettes? I'm not depressed. And that kind of medication always makes me fucking leery to begin with. I watched a couple of sisters. They have medical conditions, mental health wise, and I've seen some crazy stuff. My one sister on Prozac jumped off the 3rd-story balcony of her apartment while she was taking Prozac. She was going through postpartum depression, so yeah. When I saw that was an antidepressant, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going through what my sister went through. And then the sister above me has a lot of complications mental health-wise for a very long time. So I've watched some goofy things ensue when, her medication isn't right. And I couldn't imagine having to live medicated like that. I have PTSD. I have anxiety attacks. I try not to take that shit. I got into an argument with my psychologist because I told him I feel more comfortable smoking weed than I do taking the medication. He's like, "Oh, I prescribe you the medication because of your condition and it will help you." And maybe so, but anti-anxiety medication is really addictive too. They weren't giving me, I think that stuff's called Xanax, but it was a calming agent. Yeah, 100% D-Johns. But what I hate now is like, sometimes you'll go into the doctor and you're like, okay, this isn't working out and, I don't know what to do. And then the doctor turns to you and says, well, do you want to do this medication? It's like, I don't have the medical degree. This is why I'm telling you this. What are you asking me for? You tell me. I already have a distrust with doctors in general, so... But yes, you're right. Always be your biggest advocate, D-Johns. I got through this far with I've had PTSD and panic attacks since, the panic attacks, probably when I was younger. Teenager-ish. The PTSD came with my mom's death. So, and it probably came with some other things that happened in my childhood as well. But I've always been able to stuff that shit down and just keep on going. But at a certain point, pushing that stuff down was not helping me. It was helping me get through the day, but it wasn't helping me because then all of a sudden, bam. I think it was in my mid-40s, everything just started, I couldn't control it anymore. Yeah, my sister went through a lot of fucking crazy shit taking Prozac. And all she was trying to do was take care of her postpartum depression after baby number 3. And our mom was killed shortly after she had baby number 3. So there was a kind of cornucopia of things going on there. And they were trying to help her. But yeah, she would do some way out there fucking shit when she was on that Prozac. Yikes. Yeah, she would do stuff that she wouldn't normally do. Like, she even gave away the family car. Her husband had, she took off, and she was in some bad neighborhood in the city of Chicago, and somebody talked her into signing the title of her car over to them. And because she signed it and she was on the title, there was nothing they could do. Yeah, after what we're talking about, I think that I can't take ibuprofen, but I can take aspirin. Even if it doesn't take away the pain that the hydrocodone's doing right now. Yeah, I don't want to add other problems. Thank you. So I had a heartfelt conversation with one of my friends today. And I think that conversation came because I threw something out into the universe. And the universe was showing me, you know, I know I'm not alone in this world. I've got a great network of friends that are pulling for me and that are helping me through this. But it doesn't make it any easier in the aspect of the fact that I envy them. They don't have to go through this. And it's not like I don't want to work. Because, yeah, I'd be bored out of my mind. I'm going stir crazy right now at the fact that I have to stay off for 2 weeks and have nothing to really do. But it was good to have a conversation with them. And I can't wait to see him and my girlfriend when they come up from Missouri. We were talking about how we can't believe that the 90s are so far away, and just like stuff from our youth, and how much we had hope for the future. And right now we're all just fucking struggling to pay our bills, to pay our mortgages, our cars, our bills, food. And every time I hear somebody like in his position talking like that, that really scares me, because he has been working for his company for many, many years. He makes good money. So much good money to the fact that my girlfriend works only because she wants to. She wants to help contribute. She doesn't want to just be the stay-at-home wife. And he's like, you know, we get through the month and everything. He goes, but still, it's like, damn, things keep on coming up and up and up. So, and then I guess a friend of his had passed that he didn't know. He found out on Facebook, and it was a childhood friend of his. Sadly, he got diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and 3 months later he was gone. So it was good to have, you know, for once, it not be about me and helping somebody else. But in the same aspect, I hate that he's so far away that I couldn't just go over there and hug him and say, I'm so sorry you're going through this, but we got you. I was making a joke to him because he was saying, he's like, I'm in my 50s and I still feel like I'm 18 in my head. And I'm like, same, bro, same. I was like, but you know what's keeping you young? And he's like, what's that? And I'm like, wife 1 and 2, meaning me and my girlfriend. We make a joke that, you know, my girlfriend, when she got married, because I made a joke about never getting married, she goes, well, my husband is our husband now. And I'm like, oh, you just made my mom proud. May not be the way that she wanted it, but Yeah, it was kind of crazy out last night with the full moon. It's been a full moon for the past couple of days because I remember when I was going to the bar, I saw that it was a full moon. So, but yeah, it was good to have the talk. And I even told him, I was like, I know I can do this. I know that, it might be a little hard at times, but I know I can do this. I'm like, but I'm so fucking tired. And it goes beyond the injury and stuff. It's like, I got to struggle to come up with $2,300 every month just to keep a roof over my head. I got to pay for my storage unit, that's $160. I got to pay for my phone bill, that's $160 because I have my home internet and my cell phone from the same company. And I'm not going back to the cable company paying $90 just for internet. And that's just my bills. That's not even, I have to eat, I have to buy cigarettes, I have to be able to do things like go to the bar and have music night for my own mental health. I don't necessarily have to drink like a fish, but I need to go out and be around people. I need to go out and socialize and just not keep myself cooped up. Because when I coop myself up, that's not good either. So I appreciate you guys with me going through what I've been going through the past week of staying up with me and hanging out with me here on my lives. Because it helps. I might not be able to go out tonight. I could go out tonight, but it's Wednesday. I'm not going to the bar on a Wednesday. The day I start going to the bar on the weekdays, I'm starting to have a problem. And especially with those THC drinks, ooh, buddy. Those things are so flippin' good. It's like drinking Kool-Aid. Like watermelon Kool-Aid. Because there's no alcohol in it. It's just straight THC. They have another one that does have alcohol. I think it's mixed with vodka. But I didn't want to try it. I like the watermelon one so much more. And it's a little more than the beer that I normally drink, but at least I don't... It's okay, Kat. I'm glad you're here. D. Johns is a very dear friend of mine from way back when. We met back in 2020 at a channel that used to do like karaoke and stuff like that. We used to have a blast. And D. Johns doesn't live too far from me. I mean, she doesn't live terribly close, but she's in the next state over from me. And before I went to go stay with my girlfriend, I was having kind of a struggle going on. She told me that if I could make it my way over to her, that her home was open to me. Ooh, that's nice when you got a paid off house. Because then, yeah, you're just pretty much paying property tax. And if you're at the point where senior exemption, yeah, she really has. She's a great person. You are number one every night, Kat. Yeah, see, that's how I felt when I moved up north. The only person I knew was the person I was staying with. Eventually, once I got to, or when I was working in the bar, I got to know some people, but yeah, they weren't always the nicest of people. My favorite person was Carl, my 98-year-old customer, who unfortunately passed before I left. Yes, you do. You have helped quite a few people in the community throughout the years. remember that time that you told fucking Big Man to come? Because I think, who was it? I don't remember if it was Anna or if it was Heather. Somebody was coming to stay with you, and Big Man wanted to come and see them, and then he never showed up. Oh, you're down in Kentucky now, so you're still close to me. You're still around the state. Kentucky's right below us. Used to hang out on Devos. Aw, see? And that's why I absolutely love you, D. Johns. You've always been worried about me and always told me I have a place to stay. Trying to think. I used to go in Devos, but it depends on what time frame you're talking about. I don't remember very few girls being there. Lady Love? Is that Lady Love Horses? Because there's somebody who goes into Duper Troopers chat named Lady Loves Horses. I don't know if it's the same person. So I don't know if you guys saw in the community, or the ones of you that weren't here, they did find the guy in Downers Grove finally. They found him at 5 o'clock yesterday evening, down the street from where he originally was thought to be. So, sad outcome, but I'm glad that the family will not be living the rest of their lives not knowing where he is. That's only because you'd make a Grindr account out of that, Pink. I wish. I wish. If I could afford to move to California, totally would do it in a heartbeat, drop everything and just go. I almost did that in 2020, D. Johns. I actually really fucking thought about that. I don't see Heather anymore. I don't know if Heather has just left YouTube or just maybe I'm the only one who doesn't see Heather for certain reasons. Yeah, where did that go? I don't know where it went. Because then we can't check. But I'm sure that, whatchamacallit, Cat is number one. Because when you hopped in, and she hopped in, she was already at 25. Yeah, she just disappeared. I know there was some family situations, like I know she was taking care of mom and other things going on, so I hope she's okay. Yeah, you will. Yeah, Heather Holt. She just flat out disappeared and stopped being around anymore. I got a comment from Ross Kahn the other day, and that made me smile and cry in the same instance. Because she was another one who was huge in the community. Really? No kidding. It's not Ross Kahn? I wonder if it's what she commented on. I'm going to have to go back and look at that comment when I'm done. I tried starting up a new channel for my activism at Anarchy X, and I just keep on forgetting I have it. And of course, it's not blue on my tablet. Oh, that's cool. Magnum Opus music channel. I'll write that down. Let me get a pen. Thanks, Pink. Normally, I wouldn't trust your links, but it's not coming up anything weird, so I think we're good. I always enjoyed hanging out with Ross. I still want to grab those people that caused a very bad situation that could have been horrible. Right? Remember back in the day when she used to do that? That was awesome. I always had so much fun. You would like that channel, Kat. Well, I know you say you don't know music or who certain people are. And I knew that. That's why I said other things going on. I just miss her. When I first started coming to the community, it was all of us. Anna, you, me, Pink, Oso. You'll laugh at this one, Kat. Sometimes as a joke, I'll tell Pink that if they come up missing, I'll stand on a corner in my bikini with a sign saying, "Have you seen my pink taco?" See, I knew you'd like that one. So, I feel a lot more rested today, but I probably screwed up my sleep. Like I said last night, that was going to happen, because sleeping till 5 o'clock, probably not going to sleep very much tonight. Yeah, but you electively go missing at times, so there is that. You get kidnapped by Julio, you guys go on a tangent smoking his brown weed, and nobody knows where you're at. And how many pink tacos have you gone through in the tenure of being Pink Taco? The Million Taco March. Cat Pink could be in here, and then another pink taco will come in. And then another pink taco will come in. So, endless pink tacos. They did that to PDF too. They took away one of his PDF channels. So I think when he comes in here, that's a different PDF channel. But he keeps on getting Das Boot as well. See? See what I mean, Kat? OG Pink Taco? Back in the day, we used to have elves. There was like Taco Elves, there was Doc Danger Elves, PDF Elves. Now we just have we have the Amish gerbils. And Pink likes to time out Pink. So there is that. Hey, at 24 hours. Oh, Pink Taco's been around for a while. I don't know if Pink Taco was around before 2020, but that's when I met Pink Taco. Oh my God, Pink. So I'm in the bar, not this past weekend, but the weekend before. And remember that place I was living at where the kid pulled the knife on me? Fucking his dad walks in the bar and he grabs a hold of me. He's like, "Oh, you look so good. I haven't seen you in a couple of years, blah, blah, blah. Let's bygones be bygones." And I'm like, "Dude, your kid pulled a knife on me. That's kind of hard to let go." So talk about awkward. So the next weekend when I went in, I told my friend Brian what had happened. He goes, "If that happens to you again, you come and get me." Oh my God. Kind of overwhelmed. Yeah, that's how I don't know how people follow all these auditors and stuff. I had a couple of friends that had like hundreds of people that they followed. And I'm like, how do you know all these people? We all had the same idea, I guess, at the same time, Yeti. If you ever get a live Pink Taco or a Pink Taco live, it's usually a silent movie. Remember, Angel used to call your lives silent lives. You guys were here one time, Kat, when that happened to me when Freeman Liberty went live. That's why it inspired me to turn on my tablet again. Looking to see if he's live. You know, he never called me, Kat. I was like, oh my God. I told him I was live. He never hopped in. And then I still haven't heard from him. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we need a break. What am I missing, Pink? I don't even see that person. Did you time them out? Yeah, I don't even see that person. At Tateman 26. I am on live chat. I'm on the tablet. Yeah, it is live chat. Let me try all messages. Oh, okay. Show me your feet. I see it. If you want to see my feet, go and look amongst my shorts. I'm sure my feet are in there. If you want to see my feet, go look at my page and look at my PayPal, and I require a fee. Yeah, I put it at all messages. Yeah, I didn't see what you were talking about at first. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, you want to see my feet, that costs extra. You got to pad my PayPal for that. Oh my God. I mean, who hops in there and says, "Let me see your feet"? They have socks on them, so you're not going to see anything. Except for pink fuzzy socks. Got a little butterfly in my hair. Yeah, people are weird. I don't know what's more weird, D. Johns. The trolls on my YouTube channel or the in real life trolls? Because I have in real life trolls. They're weird people at the bar. Let me see your boof. Let me see you boof that lighter. Oh my god. This is not OnlyFans, Pink. People are definitely strange. I remember I freaked out one of the regulars years ago, probably about good 4, maybe 5 years ago. My friend Bill. We were getting ready to leave. It was the end of the night. And just to fuck with him, I went, "Hey, Bill!" And he's like, "What?" And he looks at me and I go, "Bam!" And I show him my boobs. Next time I see him, he's like, "Those were the most symmetrical boobs I have ever seen. Weirdest compliment I've ever gotten on my boobs." My daddy said worse shit to me than any troll could. But the look on his face was hilarious because his jaw just dropped. He was like, what just happened? And I can't look away. My poor friends that have to deal with me in public. They do look great. They're real and they're spectacular. They are not altered. And I even made them look pretty by piercing them. $120 I think I spent. Mesmerizing mammary. Go lay down. Go lay down. You got your food right behind you, ma'am. Go eat your food. She's like, well, fine. I'll go lay down. That's her "you're not the boss of me now" moment. But yet I am. Go eat your food. I'm making some coffee, so hold on. Be nice to Cardi. I'm always nice to her. She's not so nice to me sometimes, T. Johns. Yeah, she is a brat. But she's my brat. She's my brat, and I love her. If I could trust my tablet to go live, I could show you some adorable pictures of her when I first brought her home. She was so damn cute. She was so tiny. She was like 2.5 pounds. I could literally hold her in one hand. Welcome in, Leo. I don't know if you saw the cute short that I made like maybe a couple of weeks ago, D-Johns. There's another Chihuahua here that looks like her. His name is Lorenzo. We have a chi meeting at least 2 times a day where we're both walking our dogs at the same time. And as soon as Lorenzo sees us, he drags his owner over by us. Like, I want to see Cardi. I want to see Cardi. Lay down, man. Come here, Cardi. Come see Auntie D-Johns. Come here, ma'am. Come here, ma'am. Come here. Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda. You wanna fight? You wanna fight? What? 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 Go get the Eddie. Go get the Eddie. Oh my God, Pink. We see you. Tiff! Tiff, time out, Pink. He's being annoying. Stop calling my baby a big rat. Fuck you. Time him out for that, Tiff. Boy. What I think is funny is that person's like, ooh, she's got cake. I've been trying to shrink my ass since 1985, and women are now injecting their ass with fucking, I don't even know what, so they could have a bubble butt. No thanks. I would much prefer pancake ass, but I was gifted with J-Lo booty. Oh my lord, Pink. What are we gonna ever do with you? Hmm. Tiff is like enough of your bullshit. Yeah, that's what they say, D. Johns. On guard. Exclamation point deny. Tiff, I think we need to call Julio and tell him he needs to rein in Pink. Oh yeah, don't we have commands? I forget what they are, Pink. It's been so long since we used them. Try exclamation point U. I don't remember if I put Pink Taco or Pink. I remember you were one of them. Maybe Batrix doesn't like us. Batrix did join. I don't know what happened to it. I never took it off. You saw how hard it was for me to get it up and going. So, to get it up and going was hard enough. I wasn't going to go back and try and take it off. Are you sure you didn't time Batrix out? Here's a question, Pink. Is Dick and Rick around still? I think he did, Tiff. It's always Pink's fault. My scooter accident, totally Pink's fault. Well, you know how to get them, so. Yeah, I haven't seen Dick and Rick in a while. So I was just wondering if he left YouTube. He used to get so mad because he put it as Rick the Dick or something, and we turned it into Dick and Rick. That would have hurt. Because that coffee's very hot. Wow, I have a lot of people coming in and out today. We already know that Yeti was doing a little of the in and out. Oh Lord, Tweaker Scooter Girl. How many times do I have to tell you? We don't have meth here, and Big Man doesn't hang out here. Shoo. You know, for the longest time, I used to think Big Man and Chuck were the same person. Isn't it on? Yeah, it's on all messages. Who's Sarah? Oh, okay. Hi, Sarah. I've always known you as my flock. Yeah, they're for a hot minute, D. Johns, in the beginning. I used to think they were one and the same. Yeah, I've always known you as my flock. I didn't know Sarah. But then after a while, I realized they were two people. But it was just weird because they both lived in the same area and everything. So I'm like, is that the same person? They really do. Or both, whatever. Yeah, like I said, I've always known you as my flock. I've never known your name. Mm. Does he even go live anymore? Is he even around still, D. Johns? I don't think I've seen Big Man upload anything in a while, but then again, stuff gets lost in my algorithm. Are you murdering Michael Myers, ma'am? Don't. Fuzz? You know how I feel about Fuzz. I love you, but I don't love Fuzz all over. Behave. Oh, good. Good to hear. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen him around, too. But if you, according to Pink, he's enjoying the good life. Stop murdering Michael Myers. This does not help my flight in you being a serial killer. Okay? Yes, ma'am. You and those little bug eyes. You and your little bug eyes. I see you. I see you. What, do you want to come and say hi? Say fuck off, Pink. Say I am not a rat. Say rats are bigger than me. Especially here in Chicago. Come on, babies. Look at that. Who's that? Papa. Who's that, Papa? Is that you? Look at how gorgeous you are, ma'am. You're gorgeous. Go eat your food. No, go eat your food. Don't speak ill will of my Brandon Mitchell. Yeah, they will. So, like a couple of years ago, we went to go and see our friends play somewhere downtown. I don't remember if it was Bottom Lounge or where it was. So, after everything's said and done, people are starting to leave. Our guitar player friends like, you want to go and have a smoke with me? So me and my girlfriend are like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. So we go and we walk out the alley because he knew if he walked out the front door to go and smoke where you were supposed to, he would just be mobbed. So he didn't want to be bothered in this particular moment. We go out there, biggest rat ever runs past us. And it's like, yep, that's Chicago. I did. I did. Brandon Mitchell came in and told us the night that it happened. He's got something like $108,000 bond and needs something like, I think, 8,500 just to bond out. Because current issues, whatever he's going through, and past issues all caught up at once. Yeah, he is. Like Brandon said, it couldn't have happened to a better person. If this were to have happened 6 years ago, people would be doing all kinds of streams trying to help him out and help him get out. But he shit on so many fucking people that they're all like, let him rot. And he's weird. You know, don't get me wrong. A lot of people's dream are owning a bunch of property and not having a lot of neighbors to deal with. That's not the weird part, just how he is. He talks all this shit about everybody else, but what's going on in your home? That's why they say those who live in glass houses shouldn't cast stones. 100%. 100%. 6 years ago, people would be throwing money to get him out of there. But the way he started talking about people, nobody wants to help him. I mean, look at what happened with James Freeman. There were people, because of his charges, were like, I'm not helping him. And he's a way better person than fucking Direct D. So now it's up to however many people he hasn't alienated in life to try and raise that money to help him get out. Because, I mean, he goes live. I don't ever hear of what he does for a living because he's not doing the auditing anymore to earn money. So it's like, yeah, James is still out. He's not trying to shit on fucking people in the community. And now that now that Rogue Nation is done with his probation, he's going to be going back out. Yeah, I've seen some amazing things happen for auditors that were very revered in the community and people coming together to help them. Maybe, maybe not. You know, you got both of them telling their side, and there's always his side, her side, and the truth. So, with none of us living there, we got to sit there and listen to both sides and make an educated guess. I think they're both idiots, from what I have gathered of the story. I think there's weird things on her half. There's definitely weird things on his half. So, I can't sit through his lives and listen to him talk. He annoys the hell out of me. So, there is that. But there's like other people that I've talked to outside of YouTube, and they've filled me in a little bit more about the story because I don't follow him. Yeah, he's out and he's got another channel. Oh, my nose. Somebody told me something about that, and if that's true, then he's going to beat those charges. Because if she's dumb enough to go on another live and be like, yeah, he didn't threaten me, he didn't do anything, and yet he's sitting in there on a protective order because of kidnapping or whatever the situation is. Like I said, both parties kind of weirdos. And it's not anything to do with their face tattoos, because that's a thing now, but I don't know. The whole kid thing and her living in a trailer with the kid, and if that's the best she can do, I can't down her for that, but make better decisions for your child. Make better decisions for your child. Be a better example for your kid. I couldn't imagine living in a trailer and going back and forth and meeting different men and calling them daddy. And yeah, that's just weird. Of course she is, because she knows that he has a lot of haters. And I don't know where she went live, but more than likely, the trolls come out, so. No, I hear ya. Hopefully everything will come out in due time on the first part of it. Because, yeah, I heard the same thing, that she went on a live and said he never did anything to me, but yet there he is in jail. I had a friend years ago who got tied up in a grape situation. Girl went and lost her virginity to one guy and blamed it on another, and the mom had him arrested for statutory grape. Guy sat in there for 6 months before the judge realized that, she was playing games, and she got in trouble for that shit too. Yay, 2028. 420, because that's what's up. So, there are definitely people that go out there and do stuff out of pure vengeance and sometimes file charges that aren't true. I can't deny you there, Pink. How are you doing tonight, 420? Giants won today. Oh my God, Pink, you in that period. You need me to break out a man pond for you? A 100%. Because you're wasting the court's time, not to mention the fact that somebody may be sitting in prison. So yeah. Nice. You got that beautiful California weather. I envy you. Tips like man pond, I love it. So yeah, we'll find out sooner or later. Obviously, it must have been somewhat good that he's still sitting in there and that there's bond. So, the other charges, like you said, Pink, are probably, the only thing he should be in there for. So, we'll see what happens. I'm sure he will be going live somewhere and when he gets out and talking about his experience. Because he loves to talk about himself. I was talking to one of my friends a couple of weeks ago when this stuff started. And he's like, That's bitch shit. He's like, what the fuck is he doing sitting there putting all that out there for? That's just stupid. I mean, if I went live and all the times that I've been wronged by certain people, what the fuck? Hold on, you guys. I gotta mute for a second. Okay, sorry about that, guy. So I have an issue with my kitchen sink. I have a plumber coming tomorrow, but whoever is above me is flooding out my sink. And all of a sudden, when I went, "What is that?" My sink was overflowing, so I had to go and stop it. And I have to turn on a, whatchamacallit, a shop vac. You guys don't want to hear that. Anybody want a Great Dane? No, thank you. So, yeah, I had to go and stop it. Hopefully, let me go and check. Um, oh, this is so annoying. Thank you for bearing with me, kids. I will be a happy girl when that stops. You were ready for a ride. You're like, okay, I'm going to Chicago. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to have to murder somebody. Thank you for your concern. Unfortunately, it's only water. Oh, but it is annoying. I I told the owner, I'm like, if I wanted waterfront property, I'd be living over by the Riverwalk in Naperville. And not the kind of water that I want to be around. It's just so flippin' annoying. I'm just glad they finally got a plumber. He's supposed to be coming anywhere between noon and 4. So hopefully he can fix this stuff because, yeah, I am so tired of heavy water on my floor. There's been times where I go out and I come home and I've got a pond on my floor. I'm not responsible for that. I can't even use my kitchen sink at this present moment because it floods out like that. I'm just glad I have a shop vac for when it starts filling up in the sink because it was a pain in the butt trying to keep up with pitchers, trying to get the water out of there, and with a pitcher you can only get so much. At least the shop vac sucks everything out. So yeah, it's a huge pain in the ass. But it was funny because all of a sudden I'm like, why did I hear water? And I turned around and I was like, oh shit. Oh my goodness. Go eat some dinner, Tiff. Sorry, I keep on going back and forth. I just want to make sure that that's not starting up again. So, D-John, should I happen to mute again? Nobody's here to murder me. You don't have to murder anybody. Unless you see me physically fall backwards and hit the floor and then see somebody in here. I do not need a cavalry. I had nachos for dinner, Tiff. They were yummy. It's always funny. I tend to forget what some people's time zones are. Some people I already know. Like I know where D-John's, I believe you're an hour ahead of me. Because you're an Easter Standard. Ooh, I love a good pot roast. I make mine on the stovetop. I've got a beautiful new Dutch oven. Shut up, Pink. I recently got it before I moved. It's pink, it's pretty, but I like cooking it on the stovetop. Yeah, you're an hour ahead of me. I'm Central Standard. I had to learn because you live not too far from one of my girlfriends who used to live here. When she moved up there, that's when I learned that they were Eastern Standard Time. I'm like, how is part of Indiana Eastern Standard Time? It's too far away. But I love pot roast during the winter time when it's cold out there. And if you could make dumplings with stew, oh, buddy. When they put the pot roast on sale sometimes, Dijon, I'll buy it just the way that it comes. Just find a nice piece to make. And then I'll get the other one cut up into cubes and I'll turn that into beef stew. Right? It's like, why can't it be just one universal time on one side of the world and like it's daytime here? Okay. It's just whatever time it is. It's nighttime over there. It's whatever time it is. I got a cute little mini oven, D-Johns. It doubles as an air fryer. I've already made cookies in it. I bought some pre-made cookies and just made them in there instead of... Because if I go to make my own cookies, when I make cookies from scratch, the batch that I do, you get like about 50, 60 cookies. It's going to take me a little bit. Because it's not a huge oven, but it can go on your countertop. So so far, I did my first air fry. I did the short when I made hamburgers. I threw some fries in there and air fried those. And then I made cookies. I haven't tried anything else yet. Supposedly you can cook, I think, up to an 8-pound chicken in there. Get up with the sun, go to bed at dark. Yeah. Arizona doesn't even, when we do daylight savings, they don't believe in daylight savings. They don't do that. I don't know if there's other states, but I know Arizona doesn't do it. That's depressing in itself, too, because when we spring forward, we gain time. When we spring back, maybe it's the opposite way. I forget what it is. I hate when it goes into wintertime and it's like fucking dark at 4:30 in the afternoon. It's just unholy and depressing. Yeah, this is a... Here, let me show you, Dijon. Hold on, I got to turn on the light so you can see it and move. The cute little picture my niece and nephew made for me before I moved so I could take them with me. Okay. Put that up there for right now. So, little picture my niece and nephew made. That's our little handprints. But that's the oven. Cardi, knock it off. But that's the oven. It's got French doors. It's got the basket, a pan. You need to stop it. But it's pretty cool. No. You can bake in it, you can broil, you can roast, you can do pizza, you can reheat, you can warm, slow cook, dehydrate. Oops. You need to stop it. Because you're not getting what's up there. She's getting all excited because that's where her little feast of goodies are. And she knows it. Is the butterfly still there? I don't even have anything holding it in except for that piece of hair. Yeah, I got it off of Amazon. You know, it's kind of convenient on hot summer days when you don't want to turn on an oven for 3-4 hours if you're cooking something. I bet I could probably make a meatloaf in there if you could roast and do stuff like that, bake. Little things I need to try. I bet what I could do is, you know how you can buy those disposable pans? I bet I could get like little loaf pans and make like little mini meatloafs and like freeze them. So when I'm ready to eat another one, I could just take it out of the freezer and warm it up and bam, it's done. Hey, Lucky. I'm glad to see you survive the mowing of your lawn. All I knew was I just had to have something that if I couldn't afford to order pizza, I could make pizza in. My home run in comes in 2 different ways. It comes as frozen 12, I think it's 12 inches, and then they have mini ones. But unfortunately with the mini ones, they don't have all the same things that they do in the 12-inch. Like they have a veggie one that with fire roasted vegetables. Peppers, onions, stuff like that. It's like red pepper, green pepper. It's really good. But the bigger version, it has sausage. Then there's a meat lovers. Then there's a sausage and mushroom that's really good. Because if I do frozen pizza, that's what I do. I love home run in frozen pizza. It's a Chicago thing. It's not done yet. Oh, you poor thing. Did you have to charge up the batteries to finish it off? Or did you fall asleep halfway through? Neighbor came and tapped on your shoulder and said, "Excuse me, sir. You need to go to sleep." When I finally went to sleep, Lucky, I slept until about 5 o'clock this evening. So I screwed up my sleep time for tonight. Because I'm not even close to tired and it's 1:45. You've been making school pizza? I saw a short on that and how to make cafeteria pizza. I was like, Sometimes when I don't feel like getting home run in, I think it's called Totino's. The people who make the pizza rolls, they have a pizza that's like a square, and it's not the greatest quality of pizza, but in a pinch, I'll eat it. But I'm glad to see you back. He'll be mowing for the next 4 days. Oh, sweetheart. Oh, sweetheart. If only I had money to buy you a riding lawnmower where you could get it done a lot faster than 4 days. Hazard of having such a big property. I used to think my girlfriend, where she bought her house, her husband was ingenious because there's no grass really. It's all wooded area. I was like, that's kind of smart. No lawn, no having to worry about lawn. But then storms come through there and there's some old ass trees, and then I remember why they're not so lucky. I was asking her how things went at the house the other day when we had the weather come through here, and she's like, it's really funny. It was like it skipped us. It was all around us, but it skipped us. Because her husband works from home where she goes out to work. I was really worried about her being at work. So I texted her to check on her, and I told her to be safe. She told me to be safe. And I'm like, me and Cardi are inside and we are not going out. Give me this thing. Yeah, Lucky's got a electric mower and he has 3 batteries, but he has a lot of property. With the price of gas, don't get me wrong, I get why those things are becoming popular, but yeah, if you need like a shit ton of batteries to do your lawn, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Yeah, it was. It was insane here. When I walked outside and it looked like midnight before noon, that was crazy. That was crazy. The street lights were on and everything. Yeah, every time it rains. So, if you don't mow it right away, it can get a little out of hand. That's unfortunately how that guy came up missing, D. Johns. Unfortunately, if what I heard correctly, I hope I'm not quoting this wrong, I guess that the contractors were working on somebody's property and they were down in the sewer when that shit came through, and one got out, there was 3 of them. One got out before it got really bad. Another one they found and rescued him. And then the third guy, unfortunately, was not found alive. He was found yesterday at 5 o'clock. Welcome in, Polly. Buy a goat. Then he'd have no lawn. But it would definitely take care of the problem. Hope you and Miss Cynthia are doing well. And the baby. But yeah, that probably storm that crazy. I thought the one shortly after I came home was bad, but that one was way worse. Half dry, the other half grass. Huh. So, I'm still kind of confused also in the fact. So, I was sleeping when this stuff was all brewing. What woke me up was the alert telling me there was a tornado in the vicinity. So, I don't know what it looked like prior to that, but you'd like to think that, hey, we're getting kind of weather alerts that something kind of dangerous is happening. Why don't we put a pause on things? But we also, too, we hear certain things like tornadoes, and this is tornado season for us. But we know certain areas, it can happen, not horribly, but it can happen. And we get lulled into a false sense of security, like, okay, it's going to probably rain pretty good, but we should be fine. But that one just was really bad. Nice. It's cool that you guys get off at the same time and get home. Nice, lucky laptop. I can't wait. I know that you said you were working on your head fountain, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was pretty nuts. And I did that with CapCut. So I did a couple of different videos, like when I first went out there and was looking at the sky. And then when it started coming in and the raining and stuff. When I saw those trees bending, that was pretty nuts. Because those things were bending kind of far. It wasn't like it was just swaying. Those things were like, whoop. So, it's just sad that somebody had to lose their life over that, trying to earn a living. Yeah, that was just nuts. I probably should have held true to my word to my girlfriend when I was checking in on her and her telling me to be safe, but I like watching that stuff come in. There was a point where when I was walking looking at the clouds in the beginning that I got to a certain part in the parking lot and all of a sudden I literally felt the cold front come through. It just went whoosh. And it went from really humid to dropping 10 degrees. At least, maybe a little bit less, I don't know, but it was definitely a huge drastic change in the weather. And that's what produces the tornadoes here, is the hot and cold combining and perfect conditions. Town down the street was reported to have an F0. And then a town that's here, I think it's more up north, it's called Lansing. They had an F1. Yeah, I think it said that it registered as an F1. Nothing highly destructible, but enough to where it touched down. I'm assuming that the F0 was clouds were starting to come down. I don't know. I don't know how it's ranked. Ooh, gory skeletons. I love skeletons. Especially sugar skulls. And yes, he does, D. Johns. I was just telling some of the new people that have been recently coming in about his channel and all the cool stuff he's done through the years. We were talking about it last night. And his 4th of July. My nose itches. So we're fastly approaching Halloween season, and Lucky definitely has a lot of stuff that he gets ready just for October. And he knows how to build a lot of stuff. He was helping one of the people that, well, I don't know helping, but yeah, you did. You gave some advice on how to do something. Because the other person and Lucky have been both doing haunted houses throughout the years. Something about an optical illusion room, I remember. I wish. That would be like the greatest birthday ever. When my girlfriend got pregnant with her first son, um, she wanted to do the baby shower on Halloween, but her husband's mom couldn't. She was coming from Arizona, so she couldn't make it at that particular time. So it was like, I think a week or two later, if I remember correctly. But she totally wanted to do it on Halloween. He's your boo baby. Aww. I have a New Year's baby. He was born 4 hours before the new year. When he was growing up, I used to tell him the whole world was celebrating his birthday. You already put some stuff in my yard. Well, thank God you don't have asshole neighbors that bitch about that. So the town where my girlfriend stays, that where I was staying at, there's a house that I would always pass going to work. And dude has this obscene, huge skeleton. This thing's got to be like 12 feet tall, Lucky. It's huge. And his plan was, because he didn't want to just keep it out for Halloween, he wanted to dress it for the different holidays, like Christmas, putting a Santa hat on him. Christmas time, if you go back in my shorts, I've put his yard up in shorts and stuff that he does. He has his own radio station where you can pull up in the car, turn to the radio station and hear the music he has playing with the lights that he has. But the skeleton was a bone of contention for the neighbors. They were all pissy about it. So now it's kind of funny. When he's not using it for Halloween or a Christmas decoration, because he dresses it up as Jack Skeleton, it sits on the side of the house, so you may not see it necessarily at first, but if you look at the house as you're going past, you see a very tall skeleton head and part of a rib cage just poking up at the top of the house. It's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Cakewalks and winning the cupcakes at school. We had cakewalks. And then another room had bobbing for apples. And then, yeah, the class party where everybody brought in candy and then going trick-or-treating. I would rush home. At a certain point, I wasn't even taking like pumpkins and stuff like that. I was grabbing a pillowcase and going and getting as much candy as I possibly could before they stopped us from trick-or-treating. I think trick-or-treating stopped at like 7 or 8. I don't remember exactly, so many years ago, but yeah. Coming home with like 3/4 of that pillowcase filled. And then my mom telling me that I had to turn it over to her so she could check the candy because there were psychopaths back then sticking razor blades and shit. So I totally get as a parent her saying she had to check my candy, but I can pretty much tell you I did not get to go through all that candy that was in my bag because she tapped into it. And but after Halloween, like in my school lunch, she would always put like 3 or 4 pieces in there. And then after a while, I just wasn't getting candy anymore. I didn't question it. I was just like, okay. But yeah, I don't think I ever, until I became an adult, where I was going through my kids' candy. My kids loved me because I had a candy drawer when they were growing up. Forget candy dish. I had a whole candy drawer. They'd be like, Mom, what do you got in there? Like, I don't know. What are you looking for? Gum? Hard candy? What? And hit the house again. Too funny. I was like, oh my God, you got so much to fit into a sheet, because filling a pillowcase was pretty sizable. But that is ingenious. So, one of the good benefits about being a teen mom, I didn't have to stop trick-or-treating. I had the excuse of, look at my beautiful little baby. He's here for his first Halloween. Can we have candy, please? All my other friends had to stop doing trick-or-treating, and I'm sitting there laughing, ha, still getting candy. Some of my friends are like, I don't want to have a kid early, but that's kind of ingenious. I never really thought about that. Because at a certain age, sometimes the people were kind of pissy. Like, really? You're still going trick-or-treat? Yes, it's free candy day. Why would I not? Yeah, we did. I mean, even around here, I don't know if they're still doing it, but like Downers Grove, there was a couple of times I would go with my girlfriend because my kids were grown at this point, and she had kids later than I did. And we would go and take her boys trick-or-treating, and certain houses had adult treats where they had like shots, or they'd give you a can of beer, or I like adult treats. California raisins. Oh my gosh. I heard it through the grapevine. I remember the California raisins. Me and Cardi usually do a combined effort for Halloween. Like the year I had a heart attack, my friend Duper Trooper goes to me, he goes, you know what? You should make Cardi your cardiologist. And I was like, oh, that's funny. So I found a really cute little costume that had like little arms and a doctor's coat, and one hand was holding a doctor's bag. And she was my cardiologist that year. But last year was really fun in that dinosaur costume. Right? Oh, without kids? When you're somebody put fireworks in your bag? Here you go, kid. Go blow something up. Oh, I was way younger than that when I had my firstborn. By 22, I was already on number 4, and that didn't pan out so well. That's when I became, what's the word? Unable to, I guess just unable to have kids. My insides exploded and they had to take things out, and I could no longer carry children. He would give you a box of fireworks. Here, kid, scram. Go have fun. I wish. Fireworks didn't happen until I became an adult. You know, my ex knew certain people to get certain things like half sticks of dynamite and stuff. The M80s were not nearly enough. I hope I get to do something like that one day, D. Johns. Because then I can get free candy again. Yeah, it literally was. Baby having babies. But we had fun. Sometimes I think I gypped them by being a teen mom, but they turned out okay. Whoever decided that it was a good idea to let me be fertile and be responsible for children, I don't know. But I'd like to think I was a good, cool mom. Aw, honey. We were given punks when I was a kid to light off like stupid fireworks and stuff by my mom and my aunt. Thank God you didn't blow anything off, Lucky. I remember I had to go to the ER before 4th of July because something with my back. And it was like days before, and the paramedics were talking amongst themselves and saying how they were not looking to 4th of July. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't pick your family members, D. Johns. Because if I could, I sure the fuck wouldn't have picked my father. My mom, 100%. My dad, not so much. I wish I had more kids too, D. Johns. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. I liked being a mom. I liked having fun with them. I liked playing with them. We did all kinds of sports and video games and going to the zoo and going to the Football Hall of Fame when the older one got bigger, baseball games. I miss them. Are you Yeti? You're back. No kids that you know of. Nobody's come at me for child support, so far so good. Sometimes I wonder, like if the decision wasn't so much made for me, if I waited, I'd like to think I still would have had kids. And who knows, maybe what happened to me because I started having them so early wouldn't have happened. But it's also what they did to me when I had my second son is why my insides exploded for the fourth kid. I can't believe he's already 13, Lucky. He was so small when I first met you. I mean, he wasn't a baby or anything, but he was a lot smaller than 13. Was it last year or the year before when you finally started letting him blow off fireworks? I can't remember. He was so excited. He was like, yeah! I mean, some people have decided they don't want... I have friends that have decided they're not having kids. But my personal experience, I'm glad I got to experience that in life. "16. Yikes. What's freaking me out, D. Johns, is my nieces and nephews that grew up with my kids and my kids. A majority of them are parents now and have kids, and it's just weird because it's like I put diapers on you. I can't wait to see what my girlfriend's kids grow up to be. My niece, oh my God, that little girl. Yeah, it was the little ones when you started letting them do the little ones. That's what I'm saying, D. Johns. Because 6 years ago, he was like 6, 7 years old. So, yes, time flies. I remember holding my firstborn son. He was like maybe 3 days old, and I'm sitting there, And my mom comes into the room and she looks at me and she goes, enjoy it, because before you know it, it'll be 18 and leaving home. And I'm looking at this 3-day-old little thing in my arms, fast asleep, and kind of laughing in my head, going, what is she talking about? And she was right. The sad part is you get such a small time with them as children, you have a way longer time with them as adults. And there's no right or wrong handbook. I mean, you should at least know right from wrong, but my girlfriend all the time is like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm like, but you're doing a good job. Don't down yourself. Two girls that are 16 that really like them. Older chicks are into them, huh? My nephew's gonna be a heartbreaker. He is just such a cute kid already. What worries me though is, like, he goes to daycare. And you know how when we were kids, there were kids in class that were the teacher's pet? Well, he has there's a teacher there that he's her favorite. And every time he leaves, she has to say goodbye if she's there. So that's a little unnerving. Yeah, I mean, they're getting to that age where girls kiss boys, so. I mean, sometimes it even happens younger. Like my nephew, for instance, he has a cute little girlfriend, and her name's Fifi. Her name's Fiona, but they call her Fifi. She is so cute. I feel bad for anybody who's going to date my niece, because that girl she is a force. Well, soon you will get to. You said 2028. Hopefully time flies by. We're already halfway through 2026. I couldn't even imagine not being able to hug him and have any kind of contact with him. And I bet that he misses that from you as well, D. Johns. Friends, kids. We were talking about that last night. Remember, Lucky, how I said that my best friend and his mom and my mom had us married at a very young age, that we were just going to grow up and have this great life together. We do have a great life together, just not the way that they planned it. They had china patterns picked and everything. Aw. 7'4". I almost had a 7-pounder. He was like, not an ounce. Yeah, by ounces. He was 6'14" or something like that. It was like right there where he was almost 7 pounds, and he was 24 inches long. What was really funny, when he was born, D. Johns, the doctor looked at him and looked at me and says, looks like we have a basketball player on our hands. He got the height right, just the sport wrong. He was a linebacker. He was built like a linebacker in high school, but he's tall. And I asked him how he knew that, and he was like, well, 1, the length, and 2, his hands and feet. Mine had blue eyes until 6 months old, and then they turned hazel. And he had lighter brown hair than I did. I don't even remember what my fucking hair color is anymore. It's been so long since I've seen my natural color. Even the pictures that my friends have given me in the past from like school pictures. In the 80s, there was a thing called sun-in, so I would spray it on my hair and it would turn it orange and brassy, and it was supposed to give you highlights, but it did not give me highlights. Just turned my hair orange. Not like bright orange, but a lot more brassier than what it looked like. So yeah, I couldn't even begin to tell you unless my sisters would stop being assholes and let me have a childhood picture. I couldn't tell you what my natural hair color is. Oh, most definitely D. Johns. Yeah, he's got some really cool eyes, depending on what he wears. If he wears something blue, more blue comes out in his eyes. If he wears something green, green flecks will appear more. He's got some pretty cool eyes. The sister above me has hazel eyes, but we're only half. We share the same mom, different dads. So I don't know if the hazel eyes came from my side of the family or if it came from dad's side of the family. And I haven't seen that boy's hair in years because he keeps his hair so closely shaved. He had such beautiful hair. When he was like right before, when he was like about 1, in the back of his hair, he had little curls. He was so adorable. Who knew I could have such good looking kids? I guess I have to give that up to the dad too. Look, Lucky, I'm drinking blood. Not really. Had the stars on, but you really can't tell. Here, let's turn on the stars for a little bit. Same. I say the same thing. I might not have done many things right in life, but both my boys were never a mistake, and they are my greatest accomplishments in life. But it's not like I'm going to be curing cancer anytime soon, so there is that. I just hate that the childhood is over. It's been over for quite some time, but I hate that it's gone. The summertime, we would be swimming and doing all kinds of stuff. Barbecuing. Da-da. Just making sure that Freeman Liberty isn't live anytime. Stars in the Nebula. It's one of the cooler things that I bought. I like how it just rotates and the stars go dark and the nebula changes color. Five one. Thank God I'm taller than that. I already have issues reaching certain things. I definitely wouldn't reach them at 5'1". It was funny when I was staying with my girlfriend. So aside from the kids, because the kids are small, adult-wise, she was a little shorter than me. So sometimes, like if we were cooking or she was doing something, she's like, "Can you reach this so I don't have to bother my husband?" And we had a step stool if neither one of us could reach it and he was too busy. So it was funny, the different levels of shortness. The only one who wasn't short was her husband. He's got to be close to 7 feet tall. He's a tall guy. And then he likes trucks because he's a big guy. So it gives him room for his legs. And he more recently got a newer truck. And when he came home with it, I was like, you know, you're going to have to get the step thing that you had on your old one so me and the wife can get in the car. You caught another kitten today. Dark orange one. Nice. Can we call him Morris or Garfield? Looks like another name needs to be came up with, right? Are you Yeti? We already have 2 Shy Gracie. That is awesome. So 2 more to get, right, Kat? Well, I threw in my 2 names with the cat being orange. Those are 2 of the most popular orange cats. Top 3 would be Garfield. Well, let's do it this way. Morris, Garfield, and Heathcliff. 4 more. Little by little, you're getting there, Cat. I've never had an orange cat. I had a calico cat, I had a Siamese cat, I've had a couple of black cats, and then I've got Layla, the tuxedo. My girlfriend who I stayed with, she saved her cat from downtown Chicago. It was living under the garage from the House of Blues. So she found her as a kitten and kept on going out there and feeding her. And then wintertime was coming and she was worried about leaving her alone in the elements and something happening to her. So she brought her home and Sweetie has lived with her ever since. Aw, Moo. My girl black cat was named Sabrina. And my other girl black cat, her name was Binky. Many years apart. My mom came up with the name for the cat, and it was Pamphila. Fucked if I know. And my Siamese cat, I named her Natalia. I always wanted a Siamese cat after seeing the Disney movie where they're like, "We are Siamese, if you please." Dun 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 dun. So when the opportunity came, I took it. And then you got the gray and white one, right? I want to get another black cat. Aww. He's a big baby. That's how I got Sabrina. So there was a flyer in the area that I was living in Cicero saying that somebody in the neighborhood was looking for their black cat. And my girlfriend's house, which was a couple of blocks away, there was this black cat that popped up all of a sudden. So I managed to catch her, and I went over to the house that was on the flyer. I knocked on the door, and they're like, "Oh, I wish this was our cat, but our cat's a boy." So next thing I know, I have somebody's cat, and I'm like, do I throw her back over by my girlfriend's, or do I take her home? And I took her home. Layla used to sleep with me until the dog came. The dog is just taking over the bed. Once in a huge while, she'll let Layla go up there, but usually it's because she doesn't know she's up there. Like, she'll go up on the pillows. When it was just the two cats, when I had Binky and when we brought Layla home eventually, Layla would sleep by our feet, and Binky, I would wake up to her hard tongue licking my head. She would always sleep by my head. So now I sleep with the dog who burrows under the covers and either sleeps by my thigh or will try and get in between my legs. They say it's like a pack mentality when they're doing that. And as small as she is, that dog generates a lot of flippin' heat. Aww. Oh, it was a good thing you guys found him. Because who's to say if the cat would have been able to survive without you guys. But you toss and turn a lot. Sometimes my dog chooses violence when I go to move. Are you, Yeti? I don't know if it's that I spook her because she's under the blankets. Because she's got to know at least by now that I would never do anything in this world to hurt her. But she kind of freaks out, and violence sometimes gets chosen, and next thing I know, I'm yelling at her to go lay down. She tried that shit yesterday, and I blocked her. And then I told her, I'm like, you go lay down. And then she kind of creeps away like, ooh, I kind of fucked up. And then she'll go into her cage and go and sleep. And then somewhere in the course of the night, she'll come back onto the bed and not choose violence. I'd prefer it that way. Yeah, I don't know what happened to our top thing. Maybe me and Kat talked so much shit that the top thing isn't showing anymore. Abigail. Abby for short. Sometimes I call Layla Miss Kitka because of my love of Batman. The 60s version of Catwoman before Eartha Kitt, I think it was. Oh, I can't remember what the lady's name is for the life of me at the moment. But in the movie that they ended up doing with Adam West, Catwoman's name was Mrs. Kitka. So I sometimes call Layla Miss Kitka. Or Little Miss Pink Nose because she has a pink nose. She's happy to have a bigger window now that she can stare out and talk to the birds in the morning. It's pretty funny. She makes some weird sounds. It's not even a meow. It's like... She makes these weird sounds when she's talking to the birds at like 5 o'clock in the morning sometimes. It'll wake me up. At first, I didn't know what it was. I'm like, what is that sound? And then as I got closer and moved the curtain and saw it was my cat, I'm looking at her. She's looking at me like, yeah, what? Okay, what did I miss? Yeah, totally. My cat is not without that. It was the weirdest thing the first time I heard it. I was like, what is going on? Whose grandmother, D. Johns? I'm not seeing the comment. Because I couldn't agree with you more. I did not have my Nona for very long. I was like 5 or 6 when she passed. And sadly, my history repeated itself for my kids with my mom. My youngest was like a little over a year, and the older one was like 3. Lady J! Good evening, my dear. Oh, yeah. I was like, wait, who said what? Yeah, my grandma's the one who started me off with Batman. And it became a lifelong obsession. I have ideas for Batman tattoos, but unfortunately now, because I've discovered with my Tool tattoo that white does not take to me too well. So the Joker tattoos ideas that I've had in the past, those can't be done because his whole face is white. Originally, that was what was supposed to be the plan, was comic tattoos. I was going to go down one arm and do Batman, and the other arm I was going to do Sin City stuff. But it turned into music, so I may get like a Batman like logo tattoo. One idea I had was really cool, was one side was the bat and the other side was the Joker just saying ha 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 ha. And when I went to my tattoo artist, he's like, I like it. He goes, don't get me wrong, but years down the road, that stuff may all bleed together and it won't look as crisp and clean. So I ended up not getting it. Because I was going to do the ha-has in neon green and purple. I'm so happy to see you, Lady J. Yesterday we were playing some of Lucky's videos on TV, and some of the newer subscribers that are getting to know you guys got to see you and Lucky Laptop doing some auditing. They do, and they all have personal meanings, but sometimes I come across stuff of other people's tattoos, and they have such. I have a deep meaning to the songs that I've put tattoos on my body or bands because I really love them. But then I come across. I remember one lady. She had like you know how like on a heart rate monitor where it shows your heart beating. She did a tattoo, and it was the last heartbeats of her mom before she left this world. You know, I don't have anything that personal and deep meaning. I was just floored when she said that. I was like, wow. Yes, it does. They have the most rough tongues, but they groom themselves constantly, so that's why they have the rough tongues. It's kind of funny. It's a catch-22 with both animals. You know, the dog licks her own butt. Not to mention when they're puppies, they have the most disgusting breath ever. It smells like they've eaten shit. So it's like you really don't want them licking you and having the smell that on your face. Yeah, that's okay. Now we have to hold on. Hold that thought. No. 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 Go lay down. Eat your food. Eat your food. See that stuff? The stuff that I work hard to get for you? Eat it. Okay. Sorry about that. Potty break. Um, so when my friend Duper Trooper started really going hardcore and doing this, cops were up and down the major streets pulling people over left and right, and he would just ride up and down until he found something, and then he would film it. So last year when Chuck Bronson came, Chuck was showing him how he does it, and he was using scanners that you can download on your phone, and you can listen to your particular area, and then you could find out, you know, certain calls, what was going on. There was points in that period where Duper would show up to the call, sometimes before the cops even did. So now it's kind of slowed down with them being as aggressive with pulling people over left and right. And using the scanner has made it easier because we can listen to all kinds of towns around here. Well, now they've gone encrypted. So now it goes back to organically just driving around. Okay, there's a stop. let me pull over and let me go and film this. Well, I don't know if you saw that one that I recently did at the bar that I hung out at. The cop asked me like 3 times if I was doing okay. I'm doing fine. How you doing, officer? Are you a little worried about a girl with blue hair with a camera pointed at you? Because if that triggers you, you might not be able to carry a gun and a badge. So, yeah, they've gone encrypted, so no more using the scanners. I think it's funny sometimes when I'm with Duper and he's been to so many different towns doing this that they just address him by his name. They're like, "Hey, what's going on?" Sometimes he has ones that are really cool to him, and he'll have great conversations. And then there's others that are just fucking straight up tyrants. My favorite one is we had ran into one from here. His name's Carol. And Duper's like, "If you died, I wouldn't be sad." Let me see if I can find that one. That was so fucking funny. Because I don't know if you guys can see what I was seeing in that moment. Oops. Come on. No. Library. Right? I'm so confused when it comes to the TV because I'm not used to it. I don't want my videos. I want my shorts. Let me see if it's over here. That's other people's shorts. I'm so annoyed. Okay, those are videos. I don't want videos, I want my shorts. Damn it. Let me see if I can pull it up. We're going to pull up my live. Okay. Go to channel. There we go. Isn't that the coolest? I don't know if you guys can see that. That's Riot Fest. Oh. That was my old job. So. Here. Hold on. Is that the one? Okay, here.
stand over there and report. You can't do this here.
This is Officer Carroll's work. Puts tickets on cars. We're on Fur Road. Tell everyone I'm out here, Carol.
Oops. Sorry, I moved it. But when he's running up like this, when he ran up on him, that dude legitimately jumped a foot back. It was hilarious.
Hey, get out of the street. You can stand over there and report. You can't do this here.
This is Officer Carroll's work. Puts tickets on cars. We're on Fur Road. Tell everyone I'm out here, Carol. I got backup coming. Stay off the steroids, alright? Stay off the steroids. We don't want your penis like this fucking small on your balls, alright, dude? Fuck off, dude. Don't get shot in the line of duty or anything like that, dude. I would fucking cry. That's Carol.
Yep. I would fucking cry. That's probably one of my more favorite videos that I got to be there when that happened. Duper's a
fallen
trip.
into partisan deadlock due to his absence.
Duper's a trip to go out with. Duper is a fucking trip. I mean, you already heard him address him by his name. There's a nickname for him when he's in that mode, and it's called Bleacher Ray. I tell him all the time, I fucking love Bleacher Ray. Sitting there telling him about steroids and shit. What happened after I turned off the camera is like, he goes, a few years ago, he didn't look like that. He's like, he's got to be fucking doping up and stuff. You can't just bulk up like that. And he goes, and I know, I used to work out. He goes, as quickly as he bulked up, there's no way. He's got to be using something. Hell, I have caught a case over some dumb bitch in Walmart parking lot. I should have filmed that. I almost beat the shit out of a cashier for talking to my girlfriend who I was staying with all wrong. Being mean to her is like punching a puppy in the face. And if I think somebody's disrespecting her, I told her before, I will murder for you. But the cashier was being really shitty with her. I mean, with identity theft being high and everything, you can now lock your bank card. And I think credit cards too, I don't know. But she locks her bank card and she accidentally had the card locked and she had to make a phone call to unlock it because she was having a problem doing it through the app. And the lady was just being really shitty with her. And the person who was behind her was me. And I wasn't complaining. Rolling her eyes at her, getting kind of condescending with her. She is the sister I always wanted, and if you're going to be disrespectful in front of me, that's not a good idea. So yeah, I've been with him on some things. I've been with him not on some things. I mean, sometimes, don't get me wrong, he does kind of terrify me a little bit, where he'll pop up on a cop and the cop doesn't notice him right away. I'm always worried about that one fucking insignificant, well, not insignificant, that one asshole that gets so fucking spooked that he shoots him. I mean, we all saw a couple of years back that a fucking cop got triggered by acorns. It is just the two of us. D. Johns took a break. Lady J came in and out. Pink, he may be lurking here and there. Too bad Yeti wasn't in here when I played that. I didn't see him say be right back. Tiff, you're back! You know how I love when you lurk. Surprisingly, it's the one time I don't really get mouthy. But I don't know, if something were to go down with Joe, Freeman, or Duper in my presence, I probably wouldn't be so quiet. Right? Pink's king of the lurkers. You know, depending on what we're doing, yeah. For the most part, the ones that I've gone out with Duper, it's pretty tame out here. But when I'm going into the city, that's a lot more of a different beast. One, sometimes the areas that we're in. Two, the CPD. Those guys are just like fucking unhinged. Some of the ones out here are, but not as bad as in Chicago. Some of those guys are just fucking horrible people. It's like, how the fuck did you pass that exam and make it? There's a guy on trial right now in the city of Chicago. He was a Chicago cop, and he was dating a fellow Chicago cop. I don't remember if it was his partner at one time or if they just were in the same precinct. She didn't want to be with him anymore. They went on a call, and all of a sudden she ends up shot. At first, he was saying it wasn't him, and then it turned out it was him, and then they found out it was way deeper than just, you know, going to a call. That was kind of, if you ask me, it was premeditated. And he killed her. She's dead. Some of the people on that force definitely are psychopaths. And they're supposed to be serving and protecting. Oh, 100%. And the sad part is the law's more on his side than it is for the person that got shot. You know, everybody's all, or the other side is all up in arms saying the guy who got killed in Madison, Wisconsin had a long rap sheet. And that may be so, but he didn't deserve to be shot in the fucking head 3 fucking times. I mean, George Floyd, being a Gen Xer, watching fucking the LA riots and Rodney King and stuff, but George Floyd was just next level. It still bothers me. There was a little kid watching that. That little kid is not going to be right for the rest of their life. That poor little kid was just walking to the store with somebody and their whole life changed in that moment. It is awesome, though, that he's sitting in fucking prison. But The odds of that happening is just so few and far between. They have the right to take our lives and then they get rewarded for it and don't even get kicked off the job. They're going to do whatever they can to cover their own asses in that situation, Kat. That's why they can ask questions later. The fact that we've seen in the last in the last year between ICE and police officers is they shoot and kill somebody and then they cuff them. Where the fuck are they going to move if you use deadly force? Yeah, if you go to my community page, there was a woman before him that not many people speak about. So, yeah, that's pretty fucked up. That they get, that a family will lose their family member and that guy will get a reward and a smack on the wrist or whatever. It's very few and far between they ever go to jail for the dirty deeds that they do. And that's sad. Because there's supposed to be something in place called internal affairs that are supposed to investigate it, but what are they investigating? Are they just there for window dressing to say we're investigating? To make it appear that there's a fair judgment that's going to come out of that? And we found no wrongdoing. Yeah. Like I said, if you guys have the cable channel Vice, look up Betraying the Badge. That is such a wild TV show. I think they only did like 1 or 2 seasons, but just the cases that they talked about. Because I know, like, around here, there was a Chicago cop called John Burge. He sent so many innocent people to prison for things that they didn't do because he planted evidence, and it took years for them to... I lost count in how many people that were wrongfully convicted under his watch. I couldn't have... I have that problem too. I find it's happening a lot more as time goes on. In the last couple of years, things I know at the tip of my tongue, and they just fall out of my brain. You know, it's not like I think everybody's fucking innocent that goes into prison. But there are people that are wrongfully convicted, that evidence is planted, and to make them look good, to get a conviction, to get another chevron on their coat. Let's see, we're at 3 hours, Kat. Again, I don't think I'm making 11. And with today being Thursday, I have a doctor's appointment. I think it's at... I don't know if it's at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. So I can't fall asleep, or I can't stay up like until 9 o'clock and then pass out. Or maybe I can, who knows. We'll see how it goes, Kat. But I love that Yeti's back with us, on and off. I'm glad that he's back to 99%. And I'm glad that it seems like his headache has gone away. I'm kind of keeping my fingers crossed when I was talking to my girlfriend's husband earlier today. At first, well, for the most part, she had been telling me, yeah, we're probably not going to Riot Fest this year. It's too expensive and probably not going to go. And I was a little bummed, but I get it, because where I have to come up with one ticket, they have to come up with two. So when I was talking to her husband today, he's like, maybe we will go one of the days if we happen to come up there during Riot Fest week. So I'm holding out hope that at least one day I might get to be with them. Because me and my girlfriend have been doing it, and then she met him, and then we started doing it with him. They even coincided their marriage with Riot Fest. They got married the week before Riot Fest, and the honeymoon was Riot Fest. And they had the funniest shirts too. It said their last name, and on the bottom, I don't remember what else it said because I'd have to look at the picture, but it said something about liver transplants 2020. Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's kind of cool. Yeah, it was funny. And what's even funnier, Kat, the girl that I was staying with, we're all friends. We've known each other for years. And the girl that I was staying with, her and her husband got married the year before on the exact same day that they married a year later. So my girlfriend who I stayed with, when she went to her wedding, that was hers and her husband's first wedding anniversary. So it's kind of funny that two of my friends got married on the same day, just a year apart. And both of their weddings were amazing. Both of them were not like a big, huge production, like people go and drop like hundreds and thousands of dollars. It was just a very comfortable wedding. The girlfriend who got married first, it was awesome. Our friend, who she's been a very long time friends with as well, he stood up on her side. So she had a guy standing up on her side. And my girlfriend that got married a year after, well, let's go back to my girlfriend who I stayed with. When they got married, my girlfriend's father-in-law married her and her husband. It was her husband's dad. And I thought that was really cool because he passed away like a couple of years after. So I think that was really neat that her father-in-law married them. My girlfriend who married a year after, her college roommate, who she's still very good friends with to this day, he is amazing. He got ordained to marry them. And then her reception was a drag queen party. We had so much fun. So I love that my friends have had some amazingly cool, creative weddings. And the girlfriend who got married the year after, her bachelor party was in Louisiana. That was fun. Probably would have been a hell of a lot funner if we were in our 20s. I don't know, it's just weird to me that some people will drop like 50, 60, 100,000, 200,000. Even Taylor Swift's situation, renting out Madison Square Garden. It's a lot of people. Right? Last year, my girlfriend who I was staying with, she's like, oh shit, I gotta wish our friends happy anniversary. She's like, I forgot to wish them happy anniversary. So she got married in 18 and my other girlfriend got married in 19. So they've been married for a little bit now. And both of them have amazing husbands. I thank God every day that my girlfriend who I went to go and stay with, that her husband was so cool about the situation. Because when I got a little more comfortable and didn't feel like, you know, she was like okay with me staying there and him not, I jokingly told him, I'm like, I bet when we first met, you weren't thinking we were going to all live together at one point. And when I was talking to Duper the other day, I was telling him that, you know, I'm not the weird piece of furniture in their life anymore. They're doing good. Yep, sometimes, you know, it takes a little bit longer. My girlfriend who I stayed with, she had known her husband for years. And then they finally got together, and my girlfriend who got married a year after, I don't know, I don't remember if they met at her job, but they lived in the same town and ended up meeting, and so different variations of knowing people and how they meet. But I think it's funny that the girlfriend who I stayed with, yeah, her and her husband had known each other for quite some time. It's just funny how life works out. How are things on your end, Tiff? No major storms? No chaos going on your end? Aside from Pink. My girlfriend was supposed to do a video call with me. I called her yesterday to give her the update on what was going on with my leg, and she's like, oh, maybe we'll give you a video call. I meant to yesterday, but I forgot. She forgot again. So I can't wait to have another video call with them. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, my leg will be a little bit better, because she was going to come out and see me last weekend, but me and the kids have all kinds of games that we play, and I wouldn't be able to do that, and that would hurt my heart with them going, can we do, like my nephew, we do a game called Rocket Ship, and we do another game called Airplane. I wouldn't be able to do that right now. He's not very heavy, but the way my leg is, it wouldn't be in my best interest to try lifting a 4-year-old. And I'm just a big, huge jungle gym to them. They attack me. Out of respect for my girlfriend, I will not put them so much on my YouTube channel. They're not my kids. It's not my place. And we do not live in the greatest of worlds. So I get it. But the last time they came to see me, they were both dogpiled on me. And there was this one picture she took of us. And there's just such glee on my face. I have the biggest smile and laughing with them both on top of me. I miss them. I miss seeing them. I went from seeing them, well, the older one. I went from seeing him once in a huge while to living with him and brushing teeth with him, and yeah, I miss my little bugs. Every night we would have dinner together. I would ask him what he did at daycare. And he would go, I went outside, Rara. And I'm like, okay, what did you do when you came inside? That's when we went inside, Rara. And I'm like, but do you do anything but go outside? No, Rara. And I know he did all kinds of stuff because Mom would have the calendar and what day it was. So they'd have like crazy hair day, they'd have pajama day, they'd have show and tell where they get to bring their toys and talk about them. Yeah, he is something else. And now the girlie is talking, so she's a whole different situation. I hope she keeps the strength that she has in her whole 2-year-old little self for the rest of her life. She is such a strong, independent little girl. Good night, D-John. Sweet dreams. So one of my favorite things, 2 things that she does. So Dad taught her crazy eyes. Oh my God, it's so funny. You turn to her and you look at her and you tell her to give you crazy eyes. She gives you the craziest of eyes look. It's so funny. And then if you try and help her, she doesn't like very much help. The older ones like do it for me, but the younger ones like, no. She goes, do it myself. Do it myself. Okay, girl. You do you, boo-boo. But yeah, she is just so adorable. And when she was born, she had hair, but it was very short and close to her head. And I remember going to my girlfriend, I can't wait till she has long hair. She has such long, beautiful hair right now. And it's always funny watching Dad trying to get her hair together because he's a boy. He doesn't know how to do things. He's like, I try my best. And at first, Girlie was just like, she didn't like barrettes. She didn't like when we pulled her hair back, even though we had ouchless things to hold her hair. She would scream and cry. Now she's gotten a lot better. She'd be like, owie, owie. And you weren't even pulling on her hair. You're just moving it out of her face. And she's like, no. They're like, no, you gotta eat. And you can't eat eating like Cousin It. And then on occasion, her older one will have a mohawk. And sometimes when it grows out, it kind of looks like a mullet. And me and Dad refer to him as Joe Dirty. She's like, stop Joe dirtying our kid. So I really miss them and seeing them all the time. Or going with to pick them up for daycare. I was such a hot mess before I moved. I think it was like the day before I moved, I went with Dad to go and pick them up. And little moments like that, it was making it more real that I wasn't going to see them as much. And one of the teachers that I had gotten to know from going in and helping Mom and Dad pick up the kids, I think it was the older ones, the teacher who really enjoys him in her class. I started crying. I'm like, it's breaking my heart that you're going to see him more than I am now. I'm like, take care of him. When I was talking to the friend that got married after her, I was like, you know, I know they're not my kids and stuff, but I feel like I'm abandoning them. My girlfriend, I think it was like a week before I moved, maybe 2 weeks. I know it was close in proximity. I was like, I may need to lean on you, you know, the first week I move out of there because I'm really going to miss the kids. She goes, this is what you do. You go back home, you look Katie in the eye, and you tell her, I am not leaving until they're both 18 and graduate high school. And I'm like, yeah, it don't work that way. She goes, we'll all be here to get you through this. I really wish I liked it out there where I could stick around that area and still proceed to watch them grow, but I just couldn't do it. I needed to come back home. With not having my mom around since 18, you know, there's bits and pieces around here where my mom's still kind of alive, at least the memory of her. And it gives me comfort. And when I was living up there, she was never up there, so there was no memories. I mean, it went far beyond missing my friends. It was other things too. And this is all I've ever known up here. I mean, I moved close to the city when I was younger. Yeah, my girlfriend told me, she's like, we're not going anywhere. You're family. You're rah-rah. My kids love and adore you. And I love and adore them because they're a part of her. We waited a very long time for her to have kids. All of us have had kids. Some of us have adult children now. Some of us are still stuck in teen years. There's a couple of us that have ones that are not little kids, but like 9, 10 years old. But very few of those. So I waited a long time. I knew she was going to be a good mom. She was always the mom of us. Making sure everybody was okay. And she was the girl who would hold your hair back if you were puking in the toilet. I gotta get something to drink. Yeah, and I also got 2 years worth of memory pictures. So like every day I'll get a notification from my storage, and there's a lot of pictures of them. So even when they're not here and I'm not seeing them, I still see them. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Needed to get something to drink. Ugh, my hands are so dry. Need to put some lotion on as well. I'm always cleaning stuff, so my hands get stupid dry. It's worse in winter. And now that I'm getting older, my skin has changed. But yeah, I enjoy the 2-year-old's birthday is coming in September, so I definitely want to be there for her 3rd birthday party. My girlfriend's still trying to figure out what they're going to do. No, I I slept until 5 o'clock this evening, so I screwed up my sleep, Tiff. I blame Pink. Yeah, I kind of fucked up my sleeping pattern, so... But I think I slept that long because the past 3 days before that, I was getting like maybe 2 hours. At best. Where it was just straight sleep because I was just trying to stay comfortable with a brace on my leg, with my leg hurting. It's 2:22. Make a wish, everyone. Yeah, I think my body was just traumatized and was like, you need sleep. I think I scared my friend a little bit yesterday when they took me to the doctor because I'm sure they could tell I was not myself. I was so tired. I was so tired. So I'm glad that they got to see me today too and was like, okay, she looks a little better. So hopefully they don't worry as much. I hate when I make my friends worry. I mean, it's good to know that I have friends that care so much, but yeah. I've been scaring the shit out of them for the past couple of years, so I need to stop that shit. The heart attack, falling off of scooters. But yeah, I think my body was just like, nope, you're down. We're keeping you out for a while. You need to recharge. Definitely. I know there's quite a few of you that have been there with me through a lot of this crazy shit that I've been going through since 2021. And I consider myself very lucky that I have so many people that are pulling for me. And I don't ever want any of you guys to think that if something, God forbid, happens, that I didn't go down fighting like a motherfucker. It's just weird thinking about when I first, went off on my own and how much I was paying for a 1-bedroom apartment compared to what it is now. It's fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. After 2020, and I guess a lot of landlords got stiffed. I don't know what it was, but apartments just skyrocketed out here. And now there's houses that they're in nice neighborhoods, but houses going off for $1 million that you would never in a million years think that house is worth $1 million. McMansions, of course. I mean, There's very affluent people that live around this area. There's a house that's not too far from here. It has a basketball court on the outside, full basketball court, Olympic-sized pool outside. Inside, there's a sauna, a wine room in the basement. What else is there's like a media room where it's like a screen with nice chairs. There's got to be something like 15, 16 chairs. Stuff like that, yeah, I get being over $1 million. But like a single family home going for $1 million, I heard certain things about California, but California has always been a lot more expensive than anywhere in the United States. But now that it's coming here, it's nuts. You know, my girlfriend, who I stayed with, her mom's been talking about selling her house for the last couple of years, but doesn't really put the plan so far into action. And when I read that a house not too far from her mom's house sold for $1 million and was the same size as her mom's house, I'm like, tell your mom to sell. She's like, I've been. You know, when my girlfriend had her kids, she's been talking about moving that far along. The oldest is about to turn 5 at the beginning of the year. And she has been talking about moving for that long and saying, I want to be close to the grandbabies. And she just doesn't do it, so. When I moved into an apartment over in this area in 2019, my 1-bedroom apartment was $1,900 a month. Or, I'm sorry, not $1,900 a month, $900 a month. Now, apartments for 1 bedroom are starting at $15,000. Yeah, it's fucking nuts, Tiff. Certain spots in Naperville, same scenario, studios are going, but it also depends on, if you're living along the Riverwalk, yeah, you're going to be paying $25,000 to $3,000 for a studio. And it was funny because Naperville, there was a motel. I don't know if the motel went out of business or if they sold it to the town or what the deal was, but it wasn't that great of a hotel. And when that happened, they decided they were going to turn it into more affordable living. And I think they're like studio. They're either studio or 1 bedroom or a mixture of studio and 1 bedroom. And there's not all that terrible amount of units in there. And I don't know how that's considered affordable. Well, I'm glad to be part of your growing YouTube channel, or YouTube family. Maybe? I mean, we go back so far. I don't remember if you were in Anna's channel or AFA. There's a lot of places that we would frequent. Oh, you're talking about Cat. So yeah, it was kind of crazy. And, you know, like when my girlfriend wanted me to stay up there, when I found out that the apartments there were going for the same price as they were here, I was like, I got to go home. It'd be a little bit easier to make that decision if it was way cheaper there. Next door to the bar that I was working at, Tiff, it was a storefront in front that's now an art gallery. And then there's an apartment back there. And from what I hear, it was a really nice apartment. For 2 bedrooms, they wanted $1,800. There's nothing in that town, Tiff. It's 4,500 people. There's one area that has like a bunch of stores and stuff, and it's like Walgreens and Ace Hardware. There's a bank, there's a gas station, there's a Jimmy John's, there's a Subway, there's a McDonald's, the only grocery store the town has. And the grocery store has a Starbucks in it. The Dunkin' Donuts that's not too far from there is the weirdest Dunkin' Donuts I've ever been to. It doesn't have where you can go inside. You have to go through the drive-thru. So there's not that much that it has to offer. And if you have kids there, they don't even have a park district. You have to outsource to the town before or after you if you want to put your kids in sports and stuff like that. So the fact that that was going for $1,800, I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I don't care how nice it is. And then the bar that I was working at above me is an amazingly huge 3-bedroom apartment. But it's not, he has to really fix it up. It doesn't, I don't even think it has a if I remember correctly, I got to go up there finally before I moved, and it doesn't even have a bathroom. He has to put a whole new bathroom in there. He could be making a killing, but then you gotta want to live above a bar that stays open till 2 in the morning. So, anything that you living there, I mean, you have to have a car, because if you want to go to Walmart, you got to go 2 towns over. You want to go to a Kohl's, you got to go 2 to 3 towns over. So it's kind of a pain in the ass. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. At least here I can maneuver a lot better. There's a lot more for me to be able to get to very easy, if not from a friend, by myself. I miss my one old apartment where I was closer to a spot called Route 59, and they had all kinds of stores, Myers, Walmart, Kohl's, Target, all that stuff was like right on that strip. And I used to live like 5 minutes away from it. Speaking of a bar, I tried to look for those videos of you FRA a few years ago. Oh, they should be pretty far back. That was like 3-4 years ago, and I've uploaded a lot of shit since then. I'm actually not too far from that place again. And it's now owned by new owners, and it has a whole new other name. And it was funny because when I started working for that bar, I can't remember what the name of the place was before. It was named something else, and then it was named Stillins, and now it's named something else. Yeah, they should be in there. But yeah, that was a good 4 or 5 years ago, so it's just probably so far back that you have to keep on scrolling. I got videos on there all the way. My first upload was 2010 at a Lamb of God show in Chicago. When I would sing about the dog shit and razor blades. I remember that. I'm actually going to go see that band at Riot Fest. I love that song, Radio. I mean, how many songs can you say that that says dog shit and razor blades? I do love my Matt Skiba. That was fun. I like doing that. The bar that I like to hang out at, they have karaoke on Thursday, but my voice is so shot now compared to back then. I mean, it wasn't that great then either, but my voice really has gotten bad. So I don't want people to sit there and listen to my nails on the chalkboard voice. That's why when you go to my page, I put up there, I apologize in advance for my singing. But at least in those situations, there's other people around me singing, so hopefully we sound a little more in harmony than off-key than we probably are. My friend Stubby said one time to me, he goes, it still amazes me. He goes, those of you who have been around since the beginning and just know our songs word for word, he goes, that's cool. He goes, but it's amazing when I'm in like the House of Blues and everybody's singing the song with us. He's like, it still blows me away that we mean so much to so many people and that we just keep on growing because now you guys are bringing your kids, that you raised your kids on our music. So there's a whole new generation that has discovered us. So it's kind of cool that I have that perspective, because you can sit there and watch interviews all day long on your favorite musicians and why they came up with the song and what they think about the crowd and stuff like that. But it's kind of cool to have somebody I personally know. And then another friend that's in the same band, he's so humble. That guy is such a great fucking musician. And I don't say that just because he's my friend and I love him dearly. That guy can pick up anything and play it. He's so musically talented. And I can't even begin to tell you. So when you're playing a string instrument, I don't know if drummers do it. I think drummers do it. Singers definitely don't have to do it. But when you're playing like a string instrument, you have to do counting. And sometimes if you watch somebody who's playing guitar, sometimes you can catch them counting. And having to keep track of that and then being able to sing on top of it, that's not an easy feat to do both at the same time. And in his first band, he's the backup singer to the singer. And in his band, he's the front man. So he has different entities of doing that. He's gotten to play with some great musicians in his time, being a sessions worker. And not arrogant in any way, shape, or form. And all the girls just love him. Me and my girlfriend, who I stayed with, sometimes laugh when girls are fawning over him. Because he's our friend. We don't think of him that way. I think my girlfriend Katie put it the best. She's like, one time we were sitting there listening to some girls fawning over him. And she leans over to me and she's like, if only they knew what we knew and how much of a nerd he really is. It was always pretty funny and amusing to us. And then me and him have had moments here and there. More recently, before I moved, they played at a venue that wasn't too far from where me and my girlfriend were living. And they had 2 shows, and they sold both of them out because they don't play that area very often. And the last time they went, they sold out, and the venue wasn't that big, so that's why they did 2 shows back to back. So, one of my favorite songs from them is called Do You Miss Me, Killians? And there's a part in there where the singer sings about Arizona stands. Now, I'm saying that because what I'm about to tell you, at I think it was the second show, some guy comes up to my friend and he's like, "Man, you guys were killing it tonight. That was great. I flew all the way in from Arizona just to come to this show." Not a big venue. So, yeah, when people hear they're playing and if they can get here, they do. So, he goes, "You guys got to come out and play Arizona." And my friend turns around and he goes, "Yeah, maybe we'll play Arizona stands." Totally went over the guy's head. And he turns and looks at me and I look at him and we just smile. And then it was like a couple of weeks ago, I walked into the bar that I like hanging out at. And a couple of our mutual friends I was trying to catch up with. And he happened to be there. And one of our friends, he hates that I do shots of Malort. He's always like, "Why?" And I'm like, "Because I hate my liver." And this particular night at that show, they had like 3 shot glasses with the band's logo on it. So I bought all 3 of them. I kept one and then I sent the other 2 to our girlfriend down in Missouri. So when I walked into the bar, and I was getting ready to have a shot, I pulled out the shot glass out of my purse, and our mutual friend looks and goes, "Oh, that's cool. You got a Lucky Boys shot glass." And the guitar player turns around and goes, "What? Hey, let me check that out. I never know what we have for merch." So he's sitting there and he's looking at it. He's like, "Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool." My favorite time of him walking in there. Here, hold on. I gotta turn on the light for this because you can't see it. So, I don't know how much I've pissed off the singer of the other band because I don't have them as a tattoo yet. I'm going to, but I don't know where I'm going to put it. But I had to get this tattoo. He put out an album in 2019 called Shiver by Me with his band, AM Taxi. And AM Taxi is a lot more personal to us because of the fact that it's songs written about our friends. And where the other band he's in is more personal experiences from the singer than anything. So his band, it's more all about us. So I went and I got a tattoo, and me and another friend of ours who's been long friends with him came up with the idea. I had him help me out. There's a specific song that he made a video at the bar we used to hang out at, and he commissioned, I think it was like 3 or 4 guys to spray paint this beautiful mural on the side of the bar. Well, unfortunately, the bar closed down in 2020 for more parking for the train station. They knocked the building down. Bar was there for years, so it's kind of heartbreaking. And when they demolished the building, I didn't know that people went there and grabbed bricks for part of the mural. I totally would have gotten a brick. So one of the ideas I came up with was part of that mural I put on top of the logo of the band's name, and then I have lyrics from one of my favorite songs off of his Shiver by Me album. And it's a song called El Patron. And let's see. So that's the logo. That's the dude. In the mural, for their logo, he was on top. So that's why I put him on top. The only thing I changed about him was I made his mohawk Chicago blue for a Chicago flag. So the lyrics say, "In the end, we're only worth what we leave behind." It's an amazing song. It's one of my favorite songs off that album, next to St. Jane. And the day that I got it, I went to the bar that night, and I never know when he's going to go there. It's not like he texts me and, hey, I'm going to White's. He just shows up there. And when I saw him, I'm like, oh my God, I got to show you my tattoo. So I go like this and I show him. And he looks at it and he's like, oh my God, it's so big. And I'm like, because I love you that much. So flash forward to a few, like maybe 2 years later, when I was staying with my girlfriend, there's a musician here named Ike Riley. If you don't know who Ike Riley is, he's a punk. He's been in punk music. He's known as the punk rock poet. He comes from a town called Libertyville. He grew up with a guitar player from Rage Against the Machine, Tom Morello. So he's been in music many years himself. More recently, the author Stephen King even tweeted about him. And this was before this even happened, with everything that happened with ICE in Minneapolis and Minnesota and stuff like that. When they did some, I don't remember if it was a protest, but Bruce Springsteen came to play there. And next thing I know, our friend Ike Riley was up on stage. Our friend, I am Batman. Our friend Ike Riley was up on stage. I was freaking out because I personally know him. And me and my girlfriend, we went to go and see him do a podcast that's here in Chicago. It's called Car Con Carne. And the reason it's called Car Con Carne is because usually 9 out of 10 times the guy who does the interviews with the bands is in a car. But this particular time he was at a record store doing the podcast with them. And when he was done, he came out to talk to me and my girlfriend. And I showed him the tattoo. And he knows our friend because our friend plays in his band. If you go to Amazon Prime, he did a documentary. Look up the Ike Riley documentary. Our friend is in there. So he knows who he is. And I turn around and I tell him that I have an AM Taxi tattoo. And he's like, really? Let me see it. So I show it to him. So he's like, ooh, let me do something. He gives his phone to my girlfriend, and I put my arm with the AM Taxi part sticking out, and his head's above it. And he sends him a picture, and he goes, you think he's going to know who that is? And I'm like, oh, I'm almost positive. I'm like, I don't think very many people have that big of an AM Taxi tattoo. So I'm a granny. My mom told me when I grew up I could be anything I want. So I'm Batman. You're going to have to deal with the fact that you seem to think Batman's a man and can't get over that. That's your burden to cross, not mine. Gonna have to do better than that. Trying to troll a Gen Xer. Good luck with that. I wish I was a granny. Maybe you could talk to my kids and tell them to give me grandchildren. Say granny like it's a bad thing, like you didn't love your grandmother. It is Batman. Thank you, Joko. Some people just have issues. You know trolls. Good to see you again, Joko. Always a pleasure. We're not trying to set any records tonight. But I screwed up my sleep because I slept till 5 o'clock. I finally got some decent sleep. But I don't know if it was I finally got some decent sleep or if my body was just like, fuck this, you can't take it anymore. Oh. I'm right there with you. I can't sleep right now because I slept so much. Can't sleep. Clowns will eat me. I love how the troll's like, you can't be Batman because you're not a man. Do you know how long I've been having that argument with people? Why aren't you Batgirl? You're a woman. It was so weird, Joko. I woke up at 5 o'clock and I was like, well, fuck. I only had 3 more hours left of sun. I had a lot of stuff to do today. I guess that's going to be put off till tomorrow. So I got up and I'm like, let me make some toast and have some coffee. And I looked at my bread and my bread was out of date. It wasn't moldy or anything, but it was out of date on the 22nd. So I didn't want to take a chance. So I'm like, okay, well, apparently I need to get bread. So I took an inventory of stuff that I needed to get. I needed to get some lunch meat so I could just make a sandwich if I don't feel like cooking something. I needed to get some milk and stuff. I needed to get some more medicine for the stupid leg. But after conversations with D-Johns, I don't know if I'm going to be taking these meds because she says one of them she thinks was the reason she had a stroke. And the other one she didn't give very much high recommendation. So I may have to just embrace the suck and deal with the pain and take Tylenol over the counter. Yeah, you said you had a little bit of a project. Poor Lucky came in and said that it's going to take him 4 days to mow his lawn. He's got an electric lawnmower, 3 batteries, and an acre of property. I'm glad that they're not big trees, so it's not that big of a project, but it's still a project. And if you live in an area like my girlfriend who I was staying with, that's a huge project. Nice. Always good when you have help. So they must be tall if you have to use rope. Because I've watched them take down pretty sizable trees, and the bigger they are, it's usually easier instead of just chopping down the tree from the get-go and knocking things over or hitting cars, homes, whatever. It's better to cut it down in pieces. It's actually pretty impressive watching like professionals go and spider monkey up a tree and as tall as the house, yeah. You don't want to risk it going over the house and doing damage. It's hard to explain that to your homeowner's insurance. That's what you did for 30 years? Yeah, it's impressive watching you guys spider monkey up a tree and cut that shit down like it's nothing. You cut trees from power lines? Yeah, my girlfriend, she lives in... I joke around with her all the time. I told her that you took over the forest and through the woods a little too far when you bought this house. Not to mention that the town is small and the poles are very old, and I'm used to living here where they've buried the lines, so you don't see, all the posts with the lines hanging down, but over by her, it's still like that. So every so often, they have to hire somebody to come and cut down bits and pieces of trees on their property so it doesn't cause problems with the power lines. Because once it's on your personal property, that's a whole different ballpark than if it was on the town's property. Well, you get some sleep, sweetheart. You have a good night. Sweet dreams. You crawl your little ass into bed, you get snuggly, and you fall into a beautiful sleep. My favorite time of night is getting under the blankets and having Cardi come under there and keep me warm. Summer or winter. I love being lulled into a false sense of snuggliness. The thing that sucks is at a certain point at night, the cable channels that I do have go into infomercials. Oh my God, Kat. All my friends are loving that picture with my foot and the shark. I may have to make a t-shirt and commemorate this moment. Put land shark. Tiff is such a sweetheart. I always love when Tiff stops by. We've had all kinds of jokes throughout the years. Miss Meow Meow, you have food. Can I help you? Your mama cleaned out your cat box. Uh-huh. What? You better stop it. She's allowed to come by your mama. You're kind of a dick and don't let her near me as much. And that's not nice. That's not nice. Lay down. Lay it down. You should see the look she's giving me right now. The look of betrayal. You're touching the cat? What? Ma'am, lay it down. I'm not murdering the kitty, and the kitty deserves love too. She is just too much. I wish you guys could see the look of betrayal on her face. Like, how dare you? And it's kind of funny because the cat, she'll meow and she'll look up like, is the puppo there? Is she coming in to attack me? Dog got you up to go out? Yeah, sometimes when their stomachs, they go off schedule and it's like, come on, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. And then you're like, do I really want to clean up piss and shit? Okay, let's go. And then she didn't go. Oh my God. She's like, nope, I just want to party. I got you up now. Can we play Bali? Now that the cat's not meowing, the dog went back undercover. But if I say like certain keywords, all of a sudden she'll pop up and be like, what? Like OUTSIDE. Oh my God, she would start barking. Same with TREATS. If I say that word, she knows that word. Thank God she doesn't know cheese tax. But every time I go by the fridge, she knows that's where those are. So she starts getting excited thinking that I'm going to turn around and give her one. It's like, no, you don't get one for just being cute. Aww. They're like, we want to hang. It'll all be over soon for them, and then they'll be happy hanging in their yard. No, ma'am, don't get the puppo started. Yeah, lay it down, Darth Puppo. Lay it down. You lay it down. Madam, undignified. Lay it down. Go lay down. Stop instigating her. Cat's like, fuck you. I said what I said. Mine won't let me out of her sight. She could be under blankets and I go into the bathroom. Next thing I know, she's pawing at the door like, excuse me, you're not allowed to pee alone. It's like having toddlers again. Even the cat's kind of like that. One bathroom, when I first got her, we had 1.5 bath in the apartment we were living in. And if I went into the half bath, there was a gap under the door from the floor to the bottom of the door. If I shut the door, all of a sudden I'd see little paws sticking out like, hey, open the door. Open the door. You're not allowed to pee by yourself. And that was the cat. Aw, that sucks. That seems to be happening a lot. Where stuff is on back order, where they don't have it. Is it going to be a wooden fence, Joko? I know you said, but these past few days have been fuzzy. Please refresh my memory. Where I was staying at, there was a spot we could let the dog out, but there were so many ticks out there. Cedar fence. Okay. Cedar is a beautiful wood. My mother-in-law had a chain link fence around her property. It's okay, but yeah, I'd rather have a wood fence. And that had to cost a pretty penny depending on how much you have to go around your yard if you have a big yard. Cedar is not cheap. But it's a really good wood for using for outdoor elements. Are you going to stain it? Or are you just going to leave it how it is? Steel frame. It's a lot of digging, Joko. Over 10 grand. Yeah, when you build stuff like that, it is not cheap. When we had a above ground pool at my mother-in-law's house, we built a deck around it and it was something like $20K. Ma'am, you're fine. Please don't instigate the dog. Oh, thank God. Yeah, because that's a lot of digging. But yeah, that's gotta suck that you hired him to do it and it's on back order. This compression sock is making me itch behind my leg. Yeah, I would like to think that I think when my mother-in-law and father-in-law bought the property, it automatically had a chain link fence. I don't think they put it in. But we definitely put the pool in the deck there. Now some other family is enjoying it because my ex sold like about, I think, 4 or 5 years ago. So my hopes of having my grandchildren swim in the pool that their uncle and father swam in are long gone. Next time I buy a pool, I'm going to make sure I own the property. But it served its purpose for when we did it. Nieces, nephews, my kids, they all had great memories of swimming at summer at Graham's house, barbecues, family parties, graduation parties. Definitely got our use out of it. And with living as close to the city as we do, as we did, we lived right outside of Chicago. It was 6 blocks away from the entrance into, I guess that would be kind of somewhat considered the west side of Chicago. Not many people had pools, so it was a nice luxury. I remember when we first went to go and buy it, and they had heaters for the pool so you could maintain the water. My ex is like, we're not buying that. Yeah, a year later, he ended up having to go and buy it because I liked going night swimming, but the water was so cold. So at nighttime, once we had the heater, the water was always a certain temperature, so it was always nice going in. I got tired of my sister-in-laws making fun of me that I had blue lips because I was freezing. I hate that it doesn't really focus on the TV. If I had it on my camera and I touched the TV, it would zoom in and focus on it. So technically we are on Friday, Junior. Another week has passed. On the plus side, the beginning of this week, I did not fracture my leg like I did last week. My girlfriend in Missouri said she's going to wrap me in memory foam. I'm like, don't threaten me with a good time. I'd be the softest person ever. So I don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of my evening because, yeah, not tired at all. Maybe find some movies. Right? That's a total plus. I don't ever want to do that again. That was not a fun experience. If my scooter wasn't broke, I wouldn't have had to have walked to go and get cigarettes a couple of nights ago, Kat. Because the gas station is legitimately a block away, but walking, I think it took me like maybe 20 minutes. I mean, granted, I have a peg leg now. I don't think it normally takes me 15 or 20 minutes. I think it might maybe when I'm not injured, I think it maybe takes me like 10, 15 minutes. But on the scooter, I'm there in like less than 5. So I'm probably not going to go out this weekend. I want to, but I'm probably not going to. We'll see. There's no live music as far as I know. Aww, she has some water. Is a boy, huh? Yeah, slowly but surely you'll be able to tell once you hopefully get all of them in. I still like that name, Too Shy Gracie. She'll eat when she's ready. How old do you think they are at? With you talking about food and water, they gotta definitely be like, what, 4 or 5 weeks old at best? Because their eyes are open if they're eating and drinking. You know, you might be even, just to give them a little extra nutrients, you might even be able to get some like pet milk. Poor little feral kitties. If only they knew coming to you would be so much better than them being outside. But it's definitely a trust thing for you to be able to get them. I think it's funny that these are anime chicks. 8 weeks? Yeah, hopefully, you know, they'll slowly but surely, 2 of them have disappeared, so I'd like to think that their scent is on you, so they start gaining trust in you a little bit more because they smell their litter mate. They're like, oh wait, she kind of smells familiar. Maybe we should go with her. Oh yeah, I gotta remind myself that the plumber's coming too. Ugh. Today's gonna be a day. I took some meat out yesterday, Kat, and it didn't defrost, so that's how I ended up with the nachos. So hopefully by tomorrow, those pork spare ribs will be defrosted, and then I'll make those. And I still haven't decided what kind of side I'm going to do. I've got a couple of different things. I could do like a rice and a vegetable. I've got Velveeta's shells and cheese. Because I don't think mashed potatoes and that would be great. a potato, but not a mashed potato. They aren't litter mates. Well, yeah, because, I mean, one can't be 8 weeks and the other 7, so there might be a couple of moms that had babies and... No, ma'am. That reminds you didn't take anything out of the freezer. I mean, I know it's a good thing that the road rash is starting to itch because it means it's healing, but it's so itchy. The mama is a calico. Aw, Gracie's mama is a tuxedo. Yes, it is. And I don't want to, like, make them bleed. So I just kind of lightly rub it so that way I'm not scratching at it and pulling scabs off. The one on my knee is pretty bad. The one on my arm's starting to go away. But I'm going to have a little mark there for a minute. I'm just glad the one on my arm is almost done. Because that one kind of hurt, like if I put my arms up on a table and I touched it to anything, it was like, ow. And then there was some bruising around it as well. But when it itches, it means it's healing, so I can't be mad at that. I want it to heal. Who knows? I probably do, Kat. I still got a sizable one on the on my thigh. And again, I don't even know how, because I was wearing pants, but I guess the fabric and the friction of me sliding 2 feet. When I was putting away clothes, the pants that I was wearing when that happened, I'm like, I hate you pants. But I guess I should love them, because it could have been a lot worse if I was in shorts. I still don't even know how I did my knee as good as I did, because it wasn't exposed. But at least they didn't get infected. Unfortunately, I had to get a tetanus shot because of it. Still don't understand how you got to get a tetanus shot from grass. But better safe than sorry. Plus, I'm used to having marked up legs, always having big dogs, running around playing with kids. Always a bump, a bruise, a scratch. And then my cat, for good measures, when I pick her up and I pull her up by here, she likes to take her claws and dig them into my back. I don't know if she thinks I'm going to drop her or what it is, but that's not fun. That reminds me, I probably got to clip her nails. I saw a horrible thing of some cat that was outside for a long time and not taken care of. And even though the cat was outside, the nails were growing into its paws. The poor thing. The sounds that cat was making when they were clipping the nails to try and get everything out and cleaned up. Cat lets me clip her nails. Dog, not so much. I come at the dog with nail clippers. We are not friends. She totally forgets I'm her mama. Cat, all I have to do is pick her up, flip her over, and bink, bink, bink. I'm done in less than a minute. Her nails, it's easy to see her guide, so... I remember my ex was going to have her declawed, and I'm like, oh, no, you're not. He's like, well, I don't want her scratching up things. And I'm like, well, one, your cat's not declawed. And two, do you know what they do? I'm like, I'm not declawing her. No, the puppy has gone back to not knowing my name. She's like, yep, I'm under blankies. I'm going to pull down the screen to make sure nobody... Oh my God. I got this notification about this short. I watched this short on this prairie dog named Poppy. Cutest thing ever. I so want a prairie dog. The prairie dog goes, woohoo! It's so cute. So I'm probably only going to stay on a little bit longer, Cat. You got an 8 o'clock appointment. I got a doctor's appointment. I got a plumber. And hopefully they'll be able to fix that because, yes, it is so annoying. I'm sorry I freaked you guys out earlier when I muted it and went, hold on. It's got to be the cat. So I can't believe we're already at the end of July. They really are. I love living with animals. I don't understand people who are like, I can't have animals. I don't like animals. It's like, what? I mean, I can understand people not liking snakes and reptiles and stuff like that. It's definitely an acquired taste. My mom was absolutely terrified of anything reptilian. But how could you hate dogs and cats? Never go to a farm. I used to always want all the animals, Cat, when I was growing up. And my mom told me when I lived on my own, I could have a zoo if I wanted, but not in her house. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I just kind of went, oh, God, hold on. Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't like reptiles. My girlfriend down in Missouri, she sees a banana spider. She's ready to burn the house down. I remember when they moved in there, she found a spider and she's like, well, looks like we're not moving in here. Of course she was kidding, but yeah, she's absolutely terrified of spiders. Well, it's nice to know if anybody, an axe murderer, was at my door or somebody was busting in, that you guys were there live. Because some people that were in the chat know how to get a hold of me outside of here. And you now have my email. And not only know outside of here, but know where I'm at, particularly. So if they had to call the police, they'd know they might not know the exact address, but they know the town I'm in. Yeah, I had to get used to all kinds of bugs when I was living up north by my girlfriend. We lived by a river, so there was a plethora of bugs. And for some odd reason, I don't know if you guys have them in Idaho, but we have these things called stink bugs. Oh my God. I don't even know how they would get in my room. I don't even know how. I'd be sitting there trying to go to sleep, and all of a sudden I hear zzz. And then the animals were going crazy because they wanted to catch it. They will chase any kind of fly or stink bug or any kind of bug that they notice. But yeah, there was all kinds of spiders and bugs and stuff out there. During the day it wasn't too horrible, but at night when I would stand outside because I couldn't smoke in the house, every time I opened my door, I was either letting in mosquitoes or something or another. Welcome in, newbie. Hello to you as well. Yeah, those things are annoying. So when I moved out, I gave my girlfriend the rundown of what was going on while I was up there, because now my 4-year-old nephew's in there. What hazard of the trade of living by water? There's a lot of bugs. Over here, it's not like I'm so far out of the element, but there's a river here, not as big as where I was living, but I'm not close to that body of water. There's mosquitoes and lightning bugs out there, but not as many bugs that are over by my girlfriend. It's ridiculous. I learned all kinds of new species of bugs. And the mosquitoes out there are serial killers. We had an invasion a couple of years ago. I think it was all over the United States with cicadas. It was ridiculous. My friend came to visit me from here up there, and one must have gotten through somehow in the car, and sitting in the car going, I think we were going to go and grab something to eat, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh look, there's a cicada in your car. It's like, yeah, they're all over the fucking place. Yeah, they're pretty bad over here too. But it's funny, the more rural you go, the more they are. I remember where I got my dog and cat from was down south. Probably about a good, from here, maybe hour and 15-minute drive. And when we would go and visit out there, we would always have to wear pants, and that didn't even secure the fact that you weren't getting chewed alive. Go home, go to sleep, wake up the next morning, have all kinds of fucking mosquito bites all over you. And it didn't matter if you were sitting by a bonfire. They were just ruthless. But it is weird. It seems like everything's going by so fast. I remember when I got to the point where I was like a couple of months out of moving back here. And after being there for so long, I thought it was going to drag on. And next thing I knew, it was like upon me. And it was like, oh, I'm moving tomorrow. July seems like it just went by in a blink of an eye. And I am not looking forward to winter. I don't like when it's stupid hot here, but I really don't like when it's like negative 30 here either. And there's a bunch of snow dumped on us. And it's been a little bit since we've had a decent snowing here, so eventually it's going to hit us again. If I remember correctly, when I moved to my girlfriend's, the day that I moved was during the polar vortex, and it was so cold outside. Right? I just can't believe that we're about to go into August already. Good morning, Bill. Yep, the salt belt. Yeah, I'm not ready for it either, but I never am. I think this year I'm gonna have to dig out. I have this coat that is one of those long coats. It's not a North Face. If I remember, I think it's an LL Bean or something like that. But it goes all the way down to my ankles. And I have Uggs, so I'd like to think that that would keep me stupid warm. You missed it, Bill. I scared the shit out of everybody. I had to mute things. You use your hoodie and leather, so you're good. I have a really warm suede coat, but it's heavy. And it's only 3/4 of a length. I have an issue with my kitchen sink and it was overflowing. And I went, oh shit, hold on. And I muted it and nobody knew what was going on. They didn't know if somebody was at my front door. Oh, I miss Wilson's, Choco. I loved Wilson's. That's where I got this coat from. The 3/4 length, my suede coat. When I got that coat, my oldest was like 8, 9 years old, and he's well into his 30s now. Wilson's made such great leather coats. And I have way too many hoodies for one girl, Bill. I have hoodies of venues here from Chicago. That's one of my favorite hoodies, is my Metro hoodie. I have hoodies from my friend's band. I have a hoodie of the bar that I like to frequent. I got sports hoodies. I got a lot of hoodies. A chewed leather jacket. It's about 1:30 a.m. there when it happened. Yeah, probably about 1:30, something like that. But yeah, they got a little nervous. A wonderful friend of mine named Dee Johns was ready to hop in her car and come over here and kill somebody because they didn't know what was going on. I had to mute it because I have a shop vac and I had to turn it on, and I just didn't want to blare everybody's ears by using it. But now knowing I scared everybody, I'm going to have to, before I say, oh shit, I'm going to have to explain. Because all I said was, oh shit, hold on. And then I disappeared for like maybe 5 minutes. I have some that are zippered and I have some that are pullovers. One of my very good friends has a very cool hoodie that I've been threatening to steal for years, and more recently, he let me wear it like a couple of months ago. So when I gave it back to him, I'm like, for the record, or let the record reflect, I gave you back the hoodie I said I'm going to steal from you. Yeah, I've got a plumber coming today, so hopefully they'll be able to fix it and I won't have to deal with it. Your buddy Sweet Cheeks hasn't been in yet. That was fucking hilarious last night. Definitely keep that going. That was funny. What, to pull up their pants? Because I'm not paying them. That all falls on somebody else's responsibility. I don't own my spot, so. But that would be my plumber code. Buy a belt. Oh. Oh my God. Yeah, most definitely. I think we learned that with Steve-O when they catapulted the porta potty he was in. I still don't know how he did that. No way in hell. Being covered with that much crap? No. The blue water is the least of your problems. I'd like to think the blue water is the least threatening of the situation. I don't know if you've ever watched Jackass stuff, but yeah. And they left it at a construction site for, I think it was like a week. So they stuck them in it, they catapulted it, and they had a camera on the inside, so you got to see what happened. I still got to see the new one. They put the new one out. I loved Bam, and I'm pulling for him to make it through to the other side and not be another statistic. I was a fan of Bam before he even did Jackass and Viva La Bam. I used to hang out with skater kids, so we would watch skateboard videos and stuff and on VHS. And that's the world that Bam originally comes from, is from the skate world. My ex used to get so mad I would let the kids watch that shit. He's like, it's bad enough you're watching it, but do you really need to corrupt our kids? And I'm like, have you met our kids? I mean, they were good kids, but they were goofy too, so... I have to say my favorite one was way in the beginning. I don't remember. So Johnny Knoxville was driving this old boat of a car, and he'd pull up to people to ask them for directions, and the trunk would pop open, and out would come party boy Chris Pontus, and he's in like some thong with his hands duct taped and his duct tape over his mouth, and he would run down the street, and then the people's reactions like, what did we just witness here? That shit was funny. Welcome in, Tommy. Soon to be Kat's husband. Aw, I like how he calls you his lovely American princess. $15 minutes ago, huh? I got up at 5 o'clock this evening. That's why I'm still up. But I finally got a decent amount of sleep. So, I got to do a little in the world today. After I woke up and decided I was going to eat toast and realized my bread was no good, I went and... Well, first I went to the Mexican restaurant and got my nachos, and then I walked across the street to the grocery store and picked up a few things. And I was quite pleased with myself that I got out of there without spending $100. Like, I'm just grabbing a few things. I don't need all that much. Yes, she is. She's over there blushing, going, "Aw, Tommy." So I had the light on for a little bit, where you people got to actually see me. Not pound cake, coffee cake. Pound cake's a lot heavier. That beautiful raspberry cheese coffee cake that I don't know how it made into the cart. Hey, at least it was better than last time, Kat. Last time I bought 2 different sets of cookies. They have these amazing cookies that are brownie cookies. They are so good. And they have caramel in them. So good. And then they also have white chocolate chip macadamia cookies. I do enjoy a good pound cake. But yeah, no, beautiful coffee cake. That's okay. It's cake. One cake I haven't had in a while that I'd like to have again, that I like putting fruit on, is Angel Food Cake. Once in a while, my grocery store will make key lime, but it just looks horrible. It's all cracked and stuff, so I don't know if it's... When they usually sell it as a whole, and even that's cracked. And I guess when it gets closer to them having to get rid of it, they cut it up into pieces and sell it per piece. You woke up 15 hours ago. I actually live by a Pepperidge Farm plant. It smells so good when they're making those cookies. Aw, come and let's snuggle. Pepperidge Farm is cookie makers. They make like Milano cookies. I think those are nationwide. I know we have them. Oh, you're asking Tommy. Ooh, a Dutch cake. When it comes to cake, I'm really funny. I don't like buttercream, so I like whipped cream. And those don't last that long. And my favorite cake is German chocolate cake. My German sister-in-law, oh my God, she made me one for my birthday one year. One of the most moist cakes I have ever had in my life. And I asked her, I'm like, because I make cake too. Sometimes I make it out of the box, but 9 out of 10 times I make it from scratch. And I asked her, what do you do? There's times when I make different cakes and they just come out so dry. And she goes, well, my secret is I take three tablespoons of cold coffee. Something so simplistic. But one of the best German chocolate cakes I've ever had in my life came from her. And I like cream cheese frosting. Love cream cheese frosting. I've made some pretty interesting cakes in my tenure. I make a cool boob cake. Um, one year for my friend's birthday, his cake made me. I legitimately sat on the floor and cried when I was done because it was such a pain in the neck. It was the first time I messed with fondant, and yeah, I legitimately cried when I was done. I sat on my kitchen floor and cried for 5 minutes, but it came out really good. I made them a baseball cake, and I also put a jersey with the year that they were turning. So it was probably one of my better cakes. I've made a cake for a musician friend that looked like a bass. My Easter threw up cake, that thing was pretty cool. It had peeps on it, it had Cadbury eggs, and then I took some coconut flakes and dyed them green to make it look like grass, put some jelly beans on it. I love to bake. I'm no Martha Stewart, but I'm pretty decent. It's edible. Last year for one of my customers, I made one of my boob cakes. They were just laughing. I even go the extra mile and go and get like a piece of lace to make it look like the lower bottom part has a G-string on. And then I get like decorative like little pearls for the sides of it. They were cracking up. And it's one of the easier cakes to do. You just got to cut out like the body form of it. So you got to take out like the sides when you have a sheet pan. You take out the sides to make like the form of a woman's body. And the boobs are just, it's another like kind of cake. They're called snowballs. They're made by Hostess. And now there's this new company. Well, I'm sure they've been around for a while, but a newer company. Instead of using food coloring to dye for the skin color, they have a food gel dye. And you don't need that much. As long as you start with a white base, you can make like apricot skin. Ooh, a Hawaiian dream cake? My mom used to make me something, and I've been trying to figure it out for years. I don't know if it was something that she just threw together, but it was so good. It had rhubarb in it, it had walnuts, it had coconut, and I think that was it. And it was so good. I wish I would have gotten the recipe before she passed away when I was 18, because I haven't had it since she last made it for me at 16. Someone left a cake in my fridge. A Dutch coconut. Yeah, when my kids were growing up, it was just easier to learn how to bake and make cookies and stuff like that. When they were little, I would make their birthday cakes, but as they got older, I'd go to a bakery. And my mother-in-law loves sweets, so as I was learning to bake, she was always my guinea pig. She loved it. I'd give her sweets and she'd give me great food. I do miss the phone calls saying bring a bowl over, because it usually meant she made something delicious. I will if I have to, but I prefer not to. Huh, that sounds very good. I wasn't sure if it involved like pineapple too, because like Hawaiian salad has pineapple and maraschino cherries. But that sounds interesting. I don't think I've ever had a cake like that. I love the Mexican cake Tres Leches. 3 milks. That stuff is really good, and it's made with a whipped cream topping. There was a slice of it at the store that I was at today, but it had way too much whipped cream. And I was like, yeah, no. You don't like pineapple? Oh, Cat. I've never tried the pink pineapple yet, but I do like pineapple. You won't eat pineapple? Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite fruits. In fact, when I get orange juice, I either get the orange juice mixed with pineapple or the orange juice mixed with mango. I gotta find my socks. And I sprung a leak. Up all day down. My feeties are cold. That's where my hoodie went. Texture thing, maybe. My knee? My knee's doing good. It still hurts to lift my leg and do certain things, but in due time, hopefully that'll lessen. I still got the weird compression sock on. Seems like it's taking care of a large part of the swelling that I had going on the other day. Yeah, and if you don't like the texture of it, it's weird. That's okay. Happy shopping. Even though you can't hear me. But yeah, you know, I know some people that it's a texture thing. My girlfriend that I stay with, certain things, she's like, I just can't do it. It's the texture of it. Yeah, my ankle was swelled up, and that's what the compression sock is. And with the kicking of it, so, of the stupid drunk girl from Saturday. Sorry, again. Days are blurring into one another and not much sleep until recently. I did talk about my ankle. So I'm sorry, Bill. You were accurate. It's 4 o'clock in the morning and I forgot. But just for you. Oh my goodness. Now the funny thing is I didn't even notice until he put the correct spelling that there wasn't an S there. My eyes just read, but just for you, Cat. But yeah, I'm glad that my ankle is not 5 times the size it was like on Sunday. That was ridiculous. I woke up and I was like, what in the entire fuck just happened to my ankle? That fucking bitch. And then when I saw her the next day, I was talking to my friend and she always has to be part of everything. Even if you are not talking to her. And I'm telling them that I had to go to the ER and she's like, oh, why? And I looked at her. And I'm like, you don't remember kicking my leg and tripping over it yesterday? Oh my God, now I feel so horrible. I wanted to deck her. I know accidents happen, but... And then she went on for the next hour about how sorry she was and she doesn't remember doing that and she just feels so bad. Can I buy you a drink? And I'm like, I'm taking pain meds. I'm not drinking. Well, when you're drinking again, I'm going to buy you a drink. And I'm like, it's fine. Accidents happen. I just wanted her to shut up and leave me alone. Okay. I don't think I want to know why. Just so you know, this is not OnlyFans. So I'll be a happy girl when I don't have to wear this stupid compression sock anymore. Because it's so tight and it leaves these lines on my legs and then... especially on the back of my leg, because that fucking hurts. Content's been going for 5 hours, 7 minutes, and 2 seconds. Only ceiling fans. I don't even have that. I have a tower fan. Tommy's here with us in spirit as he goes through the store. Only box fans. Do box fans even exist anymore? They now have mini fans that you can plug in like your cell phone and... He might have us in his pocket, Cat. He did say he was muting us. That's why I'm glad that I have earbuds. So they do still exist. It's been a while since I've had to buy a box fan. I have a tower fan, but that's more for like wintertime when it's a little too hot. It's too hot inside, but not hot enough to where you can turn on the air conditioning. Plus about 10 vacuums. Yay, there he is, Cat. Now you can ask him. That's a lot of vacuums. Okay, and the American version of that, I understand the last word, so I'm kind of wondering what you're asking Tommy if he's going to need. I know he's from the Netherlands, so I'm assuming it's not what I think it is because he's a man. He disappeared. I don't know, there's 9 people in here, and there's 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? Yay, okay. Sorry about that. Trying to figure out though. Okay. See, there's my tower fan. Okay. Is that what that means? Like I said, with the last word, with him being a man, I knew it wasn't what I thought it was. I was like, there's no way she's asking him that. Guys can't do that. Is it for eating, Tommy, or is it something else? Sometimes I use chicken livers to go fishing with. Ooh, I'm closing my eyes. That's awesome, Kat. We were talking before how you know like people overseas and some people know like multiple languages. The ring of death caused people to leave. So now it's just the four of us. Ugh. I gotta get back on a normal sleeping schedule. Tommy's one of the people that, okay, yeah, I remember you told me that there was one person that knew so many different languages. You travel a lot, Tommy? Is that parlez-vous français? The language of love. Yeah, my spell check likes to act drunk a lot, though. And talk to text never works out for me well either. Ooh, that would be interesting. And you can see my sexy body again. Well, that's pretty cool. You get to be on a boat. The only boat I ever got to charter was off of Lake Michigan. I've never been on like ocean. And it was for fishing purposes. Me and my ex decided with him, his brother, and a couple of friends, we chartered a boat so we could go fishing in Lake Michigan. So I couldn't even imagine being on coastal water like Spain and stuff like that. That's got to be crazy. Yeah, just lakes and rivers for me too, Bill. I've been in the ocean, just not on a boat. What does he do for a living, Cat? I mean, obviously it's on a boat. Too bad he's not on here to congratulate him. But I can type it. Takes a lot of guts and courage to start a business. I mean, he doesn't live in the United States, so I'd like to think things are better outside of the United States than here. But I'm sure no matter where you live, starting a business is very hard. Oh, that's cool. Now the chicken livers make so much sense. That's why I asked them. We're eating or fishing. One of my favorite songs from Primus is called John the Fisherman. Oh, God, yeah. And then they got marlins. I used to joke with my ex telling him we needed to go fishing in Florida because I wanted to nab me a marlin. And he would always laugh because I was like 125 pounds. I wouldn't want to catch a shark, though. Aww. What's wild to me is the people's yachts. Some of those are disturbing. I'm a little worried, Bill, that if I ever go on a boat on the ocean, that I'd have the same reaction I did when I went to the Ellis Island and Statue of Liberty. I had no problems here on the lake and on the river. But when I was in New York on the Hudson River, oh my God. Eesh. I would not want to go up to St. Peter with that story. Last thing I remember, swordfish was coming at me. Now I'm here talking to you. That, yikes. I mean, look at how the guy, oh, why can I not remember him? The Australian guy that used to say crikey. The fact that he died because of a stingray. Crocodile hunter. Yeah, that was insane. I mean, that guy did all kinds of crazy shit, and it was a fucking stingray that took him out. Steve Irwin, yeah. I think it's kind of cool his kids have gone on, and because they were raised still in that environment by their mom, that they're just as fascinated with animals. Yeah, that would not be a way. I don't want to be eaten by a shark. Stingray, swordfish. Yeah, no. Wild Kingdom, I remember Wild Kingdom. I like shows like that. I used to love when Discovery Channel did Blue Planet, and we got to see all kinds of sea creatures that you normally don't get to see. You better go lay down. Psycho dog, go lay down. Go lay down. Go on. I love you, but you go crazy sometimes. Joe! That deserves a FaceTime. Hold on, Joe. Hey, Joe Cool. What are you guys up to? I texted, or I was talking to JP in Duper's Live, and I told him to call me. And he texted me last night while I was live, and I still haven't heard back from him. So if you're with him, hi, Freeman. Sleep stream. I like that you think I would do a sleep stream. Joe Cool, spreading the love. Did you guys go out at all tonight? Me and Duper were having a conversation today. They encrypted everything out here. So we can't listen to the scanner anymore. I don't know if they've done that to you guys out in the city, but out here, everything's fucking dead now. It started like about a month ago. So Duper showed me what he was using, and I was listening to it, and I was starting to notice that like a couple of towns around here all of a sudden weren't really saying anything. They put that shit on lockdown out here, Joe. So, back to being organic and just driving around and looking for shit, I guess. But you know the hot spots. Roosevelt Road. Right over by me used to be a huge fucking hot spot. But it's calmed down throughout the years. Duper kind of put a dent in that. But it is funny, like, when I'm coming home from the bar on the weekends, I see them hiding. But I'm in an Uber at this point, so I can't go up to them and be like, hey, what are you doing in this parking lot when the business is closed? You look suspicious. Can I see your ID? Do you have a license and registration, officer? It's doing good. I went to the doctor yesterday, no surgery, no cast, so that's a good thing. I got to go back in 2 weeks. He gave me some medication that I'm kind of on the fence of taking because D-John's freaked me out about one, and then others freaked me out about the other. So once I run out of the pain medication I currently have, because I've taken it before and I know what it is, I'm probably going to just switch over to Tylenol. Told Duper all I need is an eye patch and a fucking parrot, and I'm a pirate. Feel like a peg leg. Yeah, you're not the only person that said something like that. I've had a couple of people sit there and be like, I'm kind of confused. Did I do something? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Dude, it's redonkulous. This is not how I'm supposed to spend my summer, Joe. But hazard of the trade when my scooter tried to kill me. When I got back up, I laughed and said, yeah, you're a bitch because heaven don't want me and hell's afraid I'll take over. But unfortunately, my leg says otherwise. But it's still sexy. It's just injured sexy at the moment. You know me, Joe. I got gams for days. You know, we got to go back out in the city. Remember when I went out cop watching with you in Freeman after Riot Fest and I had a fucking corset and we were in the little village? The guys were looking at me like, who's the hooker with the camera? The irony is not lost that I can physically hear you laughing in this moment. And I even was in one of your videos. Yeah, that was a fun time. So hopefully my leg heals quickly, so... Because now that I don't have the scooter at the moment, it's kind of hard for me to get around out here in Cop Watch. Lately, all I can do is Cop Watch at the bar that I'm at because they seem to be attracted to there. It's fucking dirty, Joe. So, like about 1 o'clock, the bar closes on the weekend at 2, right? So, at about 1 o'clock, an unmarked with regular plates comes driving through looking at all the license plates. And then he takes off. I don't know if they're taking pictures of them because the way that they're driving, there's no way that they're going to remember all these cars, makes, and models. So they drive through the back parking lot and look at all the cars that are there, and they take off. And then there's usually one of 3 spots that they'll go and hide when the bar closes to see who leaves. Right? So, not this weekend, but the last weekend that I was there, or the weekend before that, the last weekend I was there, the weekend before that. So, they do that. That was the time that I saw the unmarked with regular plates. So, I'm standing out front waiting for my Uber, and a marked Naperville fucking cop turns around and pulls into a business that's diagonal across from the bar, pulls back and turns off his lights. So I don't know if he's sitting there to tell radio ahead to somebody who's further down, hey, this car is leaving this bar, nab him. Like I said, as quick as they're driving around that parking lot, they have to have something, Joe. I don't care how good of photographic memory you have. There's no way that you're going to remember all those cars and license plates. Yeah, I've heard about them chalking tires too. But they're not getting out of the car, Bill. They're just driving through the parking lot and looking at the line of cars that are back there. And thank you for bragging about me and JP. I was telling Duper the other day, I just think it's so fucking wild how many years you and I lived close together, and it was YouTube that brought us together, and after the fact that I lived there. Joe Cool is a living legend here, Bill, in Chicago and in the auditing community. The fact that I get to walk around amongst some great men when I go out there and that have my back. Yeah, they all look the same, right? Unless you're driving a Nazi truck, the Cybertruck. That looks like nothing. If you go back and watch some of my content from last year, there's quite a few lives that I did where I was in the car with Free Man Liberty and Joe Cool. Really good people. Yeah, if I ever won the lottery, I'd want a 69 Chevelle. And I love like 70, 71 ish Novas. I might have the year wrong. I don't remember when Nova came out. I love Novas. The town before us, for years, used to have a really badass car show during the summertime. It had to be the biggest one around here. Every week would be a different week. Like one week would be Corvette week, one week would be farm truck week, another week would be like Corvairs, Mustang, and then there was like a parking lot where it didn't matter what week it was, other people would show up. And there was this guy that always brought his DeLorean from Back to the Future. Yeah, the lines on the car and stuff like that, you could tell who was an Oldsmobile, who was a Chevy, who was a Ford. And now cars have screens, and you have to put a computer to get it to run. Yeah, it's definitely a different world. Well, what a surprise having Joe Cool hop in. Funny thing is all he has to do is text. It was pretty funny when Freeman Liberty helped me move because my name is Batman on here. He's like, now I know where the Batcave is. And I'm like, yeah, and I'll have to kill you if you tell anybody. Rosie! Have I been live for 2 days? No, I've taken a break, Rosie. You're always rescuing things, girl. You missed Joe Cool. Joe Cool hopped in here. He went to go and make some tea. Yeah, right? Wow. I confirmed it. Okay, go get your coffee, Rosie. I did do 10 hours though yesterday, Rosie. So I've broken 2 records in lives in the last couple of days. Yeah, it ever since the storm came through, it hasn't been horrible here. I hate when it feels like somebody left a door open to hell. A couple of weeks back when it was over 100 degrees here. So what do you got to call there, Rosie? And be like, hey, I've got this injured, endangered species that I can't touch? Poor hummingbird. I saw one for the first time ever when I was living up north, Rosie. I didn't realize how small they are. I knew their wings flap like a million miles per hour, but I did not realize how small they really were. I got to see all kinds of wildlife up there, Rosie. Days like that, Bill, I just stay in air conditioning. I don't have a pool where I'm at. Yeah, I hear if you put some sort of nectar or some, it's a special kind of feeder for them with nectar in. You can attract them. I just guess I was not mentally prepared for how small they were. I thought they were a bigger bird for some odd reason. Oh, yeah. Cat. What is the percentage rate? Well, at least I'm at half. Yeah, birds can really, they're a very delicate being. '60s Batman is very acceptable. And especially a bird like that, I could only imagine how delicate. Well, I'm glad that you're able to somewhat help it. They fight each other. Yay! Oh, hopefully the bird heals soon and will be back to fluttering its wings and eating out of getting its nectar. That's a lot of hummingbirds. I've only apparently seen one in my lifetime, Bill, outside of pictures. Aw, my nephew did that one time. And yeah, you can't say no to that. My nephew found an injured bird in his backyard and came in and had tears down his face going, "It's hurt. Fix it, Mom." Yeah, I bet. It's hard enough when you have a bird feeder in general and you got asshole squirrels trying to eat all their food. But yeah, I am not surprised that that would attract ants at a heavy rate. Yeah, bees love sweet stuff too. There was a person around the corner from my girlfriend's house that that had beehives. Told him all the time, I'm like, "You're so brave. I could never do that." I'm not allergic to bees, but I don't like getting stung. How big are your grasshoppers? Those have to be some sizable grasshoppers because the ones here are pretty small. I mean, there is the occasional prairie one that's a little bit bigger than the green ones, but obviously. Yeah, praying mantis size would seem about right. Aw, your poor granddaughter finding that and being, "Fix it, Yaya." Do you have her today? Yeah, they look like sticks. They're the weirdest fucking thing. I had a boss though that said that if a praying mantis is in your yard, that it's supposed to mean good luck and money and stuff like that. Yeah, it's really weird. It looks like a stick until it starts moving. Yeah, they do. And isn't it praying mantis that when they mate, the women like murder the boy bugs? I don't remember what bug that was. Yeah. Is Chris not home? Coffee always helps me think, Rosie. He's always home. Does he ever sleep? Well, wouldn't he be able to stay there for when they get there? Like if they get there while you're on the road, do you have to go pick up your granddaughter? I'm trying to brainstorm with you, Rosie. Always home and always watching YouTube. That's my Chris. Chris is my greatest notification ever for you, Rosie. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's been a couple of times where you've woken up and he's like, Batman's live. I'm not always home, but I'm always watching YouTube. I had a nice shopping experience yesterday when after I woke up at 5 in the evening. One of my favorite bands from the 90s called Really Big Fish played Warped Tour in California. And man, it was awesome to sit there and listen to the songs of my youth while I was grocery shopping. I do. It has been a rough week, but yesterday after my live, I passed out and I slept till about 5 in the evening. So I kind of screwed up my sleep schedule for today. It was, even if I didn't go live, I'd still be up anyway because if I woke up at 5 o'clock, there was no way I was going to even be even close to tired at midnight. He goes down a monkey hole. You mean rabbit hole? I mean, it could be monkey hole. So now it is exactly 12 hours from when I last woke up, Rosie. And today's a little bit of a busier day than yesterday was, where I could afford the luxury of sleeping until 5 in the evening. I got a doctor's appointment, I think it's at like 10 or 11. And then I've got a plumber coming. So I would not be able to afford the luxury of sleeping until 5 o'clock today. But I may be able to get a nap in here and there. I didn't feel like dealing with cooking, even though I was going to the grocery store. So before I went into the grocery store, Rosie, I stopped across the street at the Mexican restaurant and got nachos. It feels good to be back home where I can get nachos that I won't bitch about. You were there for the 2 years me bitching about the Mexican restaurant that was down the street. You know my struggle. It's all about, oh, okay, so he is going down a monkey hole. Like I said, it could have been a monkey hole. I love monkeys. That's probably one of my favorite animals. When I was a little kid, Rosie and we would go to the zoo. There was, I don't know if it was called Monkey Island. I called it Monkey Island. It was this big, huge, like, outside area that the monkeys were on. And that was my favorite spot in the whole wide world to go to at the zoo. I even have a couple of different pairs of pajamas. There's a clothing line that I got obsessed with called Paul Frank. I am obsessed with that monkey. His name is Julius, and I just love him. Next thing, Rosie comes home and they're going to have a baby monkey. Rosie's going to go, yeah, I'm going to go and get a mini horse. Huh. Yeah, no, I've heard they could be violent. I mean, any wild animal can. Look at what happened with Siegfried and Roy. Years upon years of dealing with lions, and one ended up mauling one on stage, and he almost lost his life. I don't want any animals. There's very few animals that I could actually say, fuck that, fuck them. I don't like that they exist. I was very disheartened to find out that um, hippos were not the kind, loving things that I thought hungry hippos were. I didn't realize how mean those things could be. Yeah, my brother-in-law had one. And it was funny because the bird totally knew that his wife didn't like it, and the bird would mock her. It was awesome. My mother-in-law had lovebirds. Those were kind of cool. They have to be kept in pairs. They can't live. I don't think they can live separately. Maybe they could. But when you talk about birds like that, you have to will that bird to somebody because those birds live kind of. Is it cockatoon or is it parrots? I think it's parrots. They live like over 100 years or something. I love our state bird. Our state bird is a cardinal. Yeah, parrots and macaws and stuff like that, they live like a really obscene long time. I don't know if I would necessarily know our state bird if there wasn't something sentimental attached to it. So the saying goes sometimes when a cardinal appears before you that it's your deceased loved one to let you know that they're still around. So that's probably why I know what ours are. Always a Google question away, Bill. I don't think I know what a catbird is. Your people are dying in masses. What, Rosie? Every time I see a cardinal, I always say hi, Mom. My mom was the one who told me that. Because the house that I grew up in, every year a cardinal would always come and nest in one of our bushes. And I remember asking my mom, how does the bird always know to come back here? And she goes, well, didn't you know? That's Nona. And I'm like, what do you mean it's Nona? And she goes, that's her coming down from heaven to check in on us and make sure we're okay. I haven't seen a cardinal in a couple of weeks. I was seeing a lot of them before I moved. But you also saw the heavily wooded area that I stayed in, so Well, that's cool. I saw a dragonfly yesterday. I haven't seen one of those over here in a bit. Yeah, where I was staying at was just pretty much all woods. But it was funny because as soon as you went up to the top of the driveway, it's just a regular residential area. But my girlfriend's particular house where it sits is kind of in an odd place. The town that she's now living in years and years and years ago used to be a resort town only where people would go there to vacation. I guess leave the city to have a nice spot to go and vacation for the summertime. So it wasn't a residential area. If I remember correctly, I think her house is like 100 years old. And there's a new addition. And it's kind of funny because when you stand in a certain part of the house, you can see the different year frame. Aw, that's cool. So yeah, they pretty much, it's like living in the woods. Because they're surrounded by all kinds of trees and stuff. And their house, there's like 3 houses that you can't see from the street. Everybody else's house you can see. And with the town being so small, it's kind of funny. In the summertime, everybody drives around in golf carts there instead of getting in their cars. They'll go to the grocery store, they'll go down by the river. People go to bars in them. It's kind of funny. You weren't here earlier. I think I think it was today. I was saying how I thought at first how ingenious my girlfriend's husband was to get out of lawn work because it's all wooded. And then when storms started coming through, yeah, not so lucky because we're surrounded by all kinds of fucking trees that can land on the house. He had to take out a couple of problematic trees, and one of them, it was a good thing it did. He did because when they got to a certain part of the trunk, I don't know if it was carpenter's ants or if it was termites, but pretty much almost hollowed out that tree because when they were cutting through it, sawdust was popping out. And if a bad storm came through and that tree came down, would have totally leveled their house. It had to be well over, I think saying 100 years is still underestimating. It was a very sizable tree. So yeah, I mean, there's good things and bad things about having a heavily wooded area home versus having an actual lawn. She likes where they live, but she doesn't like that they don't have very much grass because they have little kids. She's like, I want my kids to touch grass. I've never gotten one to come up to me, but there was a very big deer population over by me too. If I went out to smoke at like 8:30 in the morning, they were out feeding down below. There was usually like a good 6, 7 of them. I'm kind of sad that next spring I won't get to see the new batch of babies. Well, both of you guys be safe getting him to work and getting back home, Bill. I think we lost Joe Cool. He hasn't come back. It doesn't take that long to make tea. If I'm not still live when you get back, you have a good rest of your day. I definitely have a little bit of a busier day than I thought I would. But one is gonna not be so long, and that's the doctor's appointment. And the other one is gonna fix a problem. So, this problem has been the bane of my existence. So, I am hoping that once this plumber comes, it solves that problem because it is annoying. Rosie, you still there? He either fell asleep or just forgot. Joe has a whole different schedule than anybody else. Yay! Just making sure. Joe has some things that personally going on in his life, so it's kind of hard for him to keep just a regular 9 to 5 schedule. So, my thoughts is Joe was rolling a joint while he was making tea, got high and forgot. And could possibly be eating or sleeping in this moment. One funny thing, Kat. I don't remember, I think we were getting ready to drop him off. And it was me, him, and Freeman Liberty. And we went to the Wendy's. And we pull up to the drive-thru because he wanted to get some Wendy's. And he tried ordering a Whopper. I still mess with him on that. I'm like, when are we going to go to Wendy's to get you that Whopper? So that was pretty funny. And the lady was like, what? So, yeah, that was pretty funny. Going to Wendy's for a Whopper. Rosie, I don't know if I want to make breakfast at this point. I could make breakfast. I'm getting a little hungry. But the bad thing about eating is sometimes when I eat, then I pass out. I'm just going to have to make sure that if I fall asleep that I set an alarm so I don't miss my doctor's appointment. The plumber guy is going to be a little bit harder because it's a time window thing. So the only thing I really could do is just leave my phone on. Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like it makes it very hard to help them if you can't help them if you're not federally whatever you said. You know, meanwhile, this poor bird's suffering, waiting for somebody to come and pick it up. Where you could, I mean, I don't understand why there has to be some sort of like technicality for you to help the bird. That's just stupid. So what, you got to bring it to a special vet, and if that vet's not waking up, then the bird just dies, and that's okay? Like that, Chris is like, I'm not taking responsibility. I want nothing to do with your shenanigans. Ooh. No, I know you could be arrested. I just think it's a stupid rule. So you can't help it, but you can drive it there because they won't come and pick it up. And no, if you got arrested by the feds, Brandon Mitchell would be posting all kinds of stuff to get you out of jail, girl. What are you in for? I saved a bird. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I saved a bird. What are you in for? I tried to plot to murder a government official. You're in here for a bird? You know, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Ay, ay, ay. See, that's what I mean. I mean, this is precious time that this bird needs to be helped. And there's a law intact where if you try to intervene and help the bird to try and save the bird, you get arrested. But in the meantime, nobody knows where the hell Mindy is because she hasn't been brought up to speed. That's just nuts. Right? Don't feed it. Don't touch it. 5 hours later. Well, sweetheart, I hope that you figure out how to help the bird and somehow not get arrested. Just makes no sense. Supposed to be a volunteer. You would figure that she would be right. Okay, let me come and help this bird because this is precious time. And I don't want you getting in trouble. But I'm going to have to let you go, Rosie. You know I'm only a phone call away. So please keep me posted about the bird. Because I am extremely invested at this point. I'm going to go try and cuddle with the wee one. She may not let me in her bed. And yes, I said that right. It's not my bed, it's her bed. I don't even know where she's at. She's got to be under there somewhere. She's so damn small. There's all these lumps on the bed. Any one of them could be her. Anytime I get into the bed, I always have to lift up the blankets because I keep on telling her one of these days I'm going to murder her with a butt cheek. I will kiss your Cardi for you. And I can't wait for the video. We have been in here for 6 hours and 27 minutes. I don't know where our top fans went. Oh, I see it. Ooh. Here we go, Kat. Let's see. Come on now. Aww. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, Kat, you ready? Before we end, drum roll, please. Kat is at number 1 with 525 XP points. D. Johns came in second with 225. Tiff came in with 200. Tommy is at 150. Bill is at 150. Pink is at 150. Snark and Sass earlier in the stream got up to 125. Joko, who's been in and out, 100 XP. Lucky made 75. Joe made 75. Lady Liberty Justice 75. Along with 420. Polly, Rosie, you're at 475. My flock. And Mike, I think, was somebody who popped in and popped out. And 50. Same with Ivan. And I don't even... Leo and Shani made 50. Do NC, who called me Granny. Tweaker Scooter Girl made 25. Whatever is 25. And Botrix was 25. See, Botrix was in here. So those are the top fans of tonight's live. All 22 of you. I hope everybody had a good time. They keep on saying I'm going to take a break from doing lives. Who knows? I like how I did the poll and everybody's like 100%. So I hope everybody has a good Thursday, aka Friday Junior. And I think I need to get breakfast. I might make some French toast and sausage. So you guys all have a good rest of your day. Thank you for stopping by. I'm going to have to text Joe Cool and go, are you lost? Anytime, Kat. Anytime. Rosie, tell Chris thank you for letting you know that I was live again. Yeah, I'm going to have to nap before the plumber. I'm kind of hoping the plumber comes at noon, so that way, get it done, get it over with, and then take a nicer nap than a short nap. So you guys all have a good rest of your day. I'll see you guys soon.